partners and citizens about the importance of transboundary water management and its effects. And this is very much on the agenda of this week, this REMCO, sustainable finance for your organizations, and also community-led approaches. When we talk about operational support of the Blue Deal, it's very much about data and information management. There will be interesting sessions on transboundary data management, but let's also not forget that within the 3 countries, there are many challenges and opportunities to improve data management instruments and knowledge sharing. And I also hope that this REMCO week is an opportunity for doing that. There are people in this room that were involved in the first cooperation talks in 1983, TPTC it was called. And look at where this cooperation now at the operational level is actually developed to. Look at the comprehensive program of this week. I have very high expectations of the sessions, but also of the informal meetings that will be taking place, that already took place yesterday. And after the last REMCO conference in Eswatini, I heard that Dutch and German colleagues were concluding that a lot of cooperation here is getting to such a high level that the Dutch and the Germans actually are much more inspired nowadays and will be learning much more this week as well. And yesterday, right after the opening ceremony, I saw my colleagues going to the inspiring presenters to ask if they could please come to the Netherlands to repeat their inspirational speech. So my high expectations are not only for this week, but also for the development, further development of this cooperation and what similar transboundary water management organizations could learn from this in this region. Please be assured that the support from the Blue Deal, the Dutch water authorities, and all the Dutch and German partners in this room will be there also in the coming years. Thank you. Obrigada.
Muito obrigada, representante dos países europeus, dizer que desde 2010 tem vindo a apoiar esta iniciativa da REMCO. Uma salva de palmas para eles. Nós, como africanos, geralmente quando participamos no evento, sempre temos o cuidado de dar um presente aos que fizeram o pódio. Eu queria pedir os que fizeram o pódio, portanto, os representantes da FCM, dos países norte, para dar um presente. Os representantes da FCM, GRB e os países europeus para aproximarem-se aqui para darmos um presente, por favor. Senhora Maraica, Slimane, Senhor Mongane, por favor, aproximarem-se aqui ao palco para podermos dar um presente. E a senhora comissária da África do Sul também, por favor. Muito obrigada, muito obrigada. De seguida, chegou o momento da intervenção científica. nós vamos convidar o professor catedrático Diniz Juízo, que poderá fazer, ele é reconhecido como especialista em recursos hídricos. Irá fazer uma breve apresentação sobre a gestão de recursos hídricos e o papel da REMCO neste processo. Professor, por favor.
Good morning to everyone. Now I see why they asked me to give this keynote address, which is impossible to make because of the preceding speakers, and also because of the audience that is here. What else can one say to such experts full of knowledge about the topic that we're dealing with today? But for formality, I'll fill in the agenda item. I'll say something around the keynote address. So Mr. Elio Banzi, the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Public Works, Housing and Water Resource Management, esteemed delegates, colleagues, and friends, has someone said before me, all protocol observed. Good morning again. It's an honor to stand before you today at 8th International REMCO Conference here at Indi Village in the beautiful city of Maputo, Mozambique. I'm particularly thrilled to be delivering this keynote address on a theme that is not only critical to our societies, but very personal to me and all of us involved in water management. The topic of the conference is enhancing resilience and water governance in transboundary river basins. I've been working in this topic for the past, I would say, 25 years. And I can say it's not easy, but necessary. The challenge we face in managing our transboundary river basins are multifaceted and complex. We are challenged by the prospect and indication of intensifying impacts of climate change, compounded by population growth, increased demand of water resources, and the persistent need for equitable and sustainable development. All of what I've said, it was in the different speeches that were made. And I think it's very important that we retain that. These challenges are amplified when we consider the transboundary nature of our rivers, which necessitates a delicate balance of cooperation, diplomacy, and shared responsibility among riparian states. Now I wonder if we have been doing these speeches together, sitting in the same room, because the previous speakers mentioned these same important topics. Moreover, we get at a time when the world faces a deepening and multifaceted water crisis. The crisis is characterized by escalating water scarcity, impacting billions of people, widespread water pollution, degrading ecosystems and human health, and increasingly destructive water-related disasters such as floods and droughts. These alarms might sound distinct or distant to the reality of some, but for us in the Limpopo, in Kumati, Maputo, we know what flood impacts mean. We have experienced the impacts of pollution also, which leave implications in our economies and ordinary people's lives. We've experienced recently in the region the prospect of so-called day zero, a term coined during the Cape Town water crisis. In the Umbiluzi, we have experienced a 5-year consecutive water deficit with impact in our agribusiness and urban water supply. The experience in the Umbiluzi highlight the role of transboundary water management and diplomacy when in a gesture of brotherhood, Eswatini, for instance, shared with Mozambique its limited stocks of water of the Munjolo Dam. These small examples should be celebrated and consolidated as demonstration of the meaning of transboundary water management. So the little Umbilus now has given us a small example of what is expected in the future. And from the conversations until now, at least the speeches, I've not heard of the Umbilus, but hopefully in the future, INAMCOM will also consider what Umbilus can offer as lessons. The implications of climate change are profoundly exacerbating this modern water crisis. We are witnessing more frequent and intense hydrological extremes, prolonged droughts leading to crop failures and water shortage, and devastating floods that displace communities and destroy infrastructure. We also see shifting rainfall patterns, altering the availability of water, making it less predictable and harder to manage. For a coastal country like Mozambique, the indication of accelerating glacial melt. Just this week, maybe you did not notice, but there's a global alarm that was sent out by the Antarctic glacier rapid retreat, just 5 kilometers in a very short period that was observed. And a phenomenon that at large scale may contribute to rising sea levels and salinization of freshwater resources, further compounding the challenges we face, particularly in coastal regions and delta areas. Alongside this, we face the relentless pressure of population growth, increased demand for water across various sectors, let's say agriculture, industry, urban consumption, and so on, and the persistent need for equitable and sustainable development that uplifts community while safeguarding of natural heritage. These challenges are not merely technical, they are deeply intertwined with issues of cooperation, water security, and shared responsibility among nations, especially within the confines of our transboundary river basins. The program ahead of us, as outlined in the REMCO, this was mentioned by previous speaker, agenda, is a testament of the depth and breadth of the issues we must address, from sustainable financing, we said we must raise revenues, but also funding for infrastructure, and the role of citizen science to climate adaptation technology and integration of scientific knowledge into policy. Each section deals with a vital piece of a puzzle. I will particularly highlight the discussions around the real-time data sharing for early warning systems, as the ability to anticipate and respond to extreme events is paramount to building resilience. As we delve into these discussions over the next few days, I propose up to 5 key principles that we should keep in mind, and I believe will guide us towards more effective and sustainable outcome. The first one is collaboration as the cornerstone of progress. Maybe my speech should have ended, or in the past we used to have better batteries anyway. I was saying the first one of the principles that we should keep in mind is collaboration is a cornerstone of progress. Let us be unequivocal. No single nation, no solitary institution, and no individual expert, however brilliant, can address this complex transboundary challenges in isolation. Our ability to truly enhance resilience and significantly improve water governance hinge entirely on genuine, sustained, and inclusive collaboration. This means more than just sharing information. It means fostering deep trust, building robust partnership, sharing both success and failures. This is typical. I know most people want to only show what has worked, but it is also very important to tell us what doesn't work or did not work, so that we are aware when we try it. And working together to co-create common solutions that respect the sovereignty and needs of all our riparian states. It means moving beyond rhetoric to tangible, measurable, and joint actions. Let's say embracing innovation and leveraging technology. The digital revolution offers us unprecedented tools. The conference program rightly emphasized digital cooperation with sessions ranging from hackathons on the Limpopo, for instance, digital water service, to the groundbreaking concept of Limpopo digital twin. We must not only embrace, but actively champion the development and the deployment of innovative technology. From advanced remote sensing and hydrological modeling to artificial intelligence and blockchain for transparent data management. This tool enables us to monitor our resource with greater precision at lower cost, forecast challenges with improved accuracy, and optimize our management strategy for greater efficiency and equity. Third, empowering local community involving indigenous knowledge. The true custodians of our river basins are often the local communities who live closest to and depend most directly on these waters. The section dedicated to community-led approaches and the indispensable role of river basin communities underscore the critical importance of empowering these communities. Their non-scientific knowledge, the invaluable direct experience of local conditions, and their active participation in decision-making are not merely nice to have. They are essential for developing and implementing water management strategies that are truly effective, culturally appropriate, and sustainable in the long term. I'd like to share a brief story about what is often called indigenous or local community. While working on the environmental flow project in the lower stretch of the Nkumat near Makaneta, which is about 30 kilometers from where we are here, we installed various monitoring devices. On one occasion, a local community member generously offered his land for equipment, which we saw as a sign of his genuine interest and willingness to participate in the project. We later discovered that this man was actually a retired hydrogeologist who had chosen to spend his retirement within the community. So whatever we call local community might have more than what we say is traditional or whatever categorization of knowledge you want to give. This experience demonstrates to us that local communities can include members with significant expertise, sometimes even with scientific backgrounds. Fourth, adaptive governance for dynamic systems. Our river bands are not static entities. They are complex, dynamic, and ever-evolving systems influenced by natural processes and human interventions. Consequently, our governance frameworks must be equally adaptive and flexible. We need policies, legal instruments, and institutional structures that are not right, but can respond intelligently to changing hydrological conditions, incorporate new scientific understanding and the technological advancements, and address emerging challenges such as new forms of pollution or shifting socioeconomic pressures. This requires technological learning, evaluation, and willingness to adjust our approaches. Here I also want to give you a short example of some work that we have been doing at our university. We've been tracking, for instance, the occurrence of antibiotic-resistant microorganisms. That's the next challenge. Some of them say can be our next pandemic, but I don't like this because we've already experienced one recently, and I wouldn't want it to happen again, but it's a true threat that we should really, as water managers, also be thinking about. Fifth, reaffirming the intrinsic value of water. In all our technical and policy discussion, let us never lose sight of the profound and multifaceted value of water. It is not merely an economic commodity to be traded. It is a fundamental human right, a prerequisite for public health, ecological necessity for biodiversity and ecosystem service, and a irreplaceable source of life, livelihood, and cultural heritage. Our governance frameworks must reflect this holistic understanding, ensuring that all uses are balanced and managed for the long-term well-being of both people and the planet. The work we need to do is not just about managing water. It's about building a more secure, sustainable, and prosperous future for our communities and ecosystem that depend on these vital transboundary rivers. My colleague who stood here before me said, our work will be judged by what we leave behind as our rivers. What kind of rivers are we going to leave to our next generation? To give you an example of the importance of considering the transboundary characteristics of our system, I want to tell you to pay attention when we dine, for instance, crabs, prawns, and the like from Maputo Bay. Please remember that they will cease to exist if water is not shared and well managed all across the three basins, discharging into Espírito Santo Bay. If you're in Gauteng, if you're in Manzini, if you're in Sabia, in Wamba, it's from there, from those sources, that we can maintain a good habitat for those crabs and prawns to exist. I'm talking about prawns, but our project, for instance, the environmental flows were guided by birds observations. Just here, as I said, 30 kilometers from this point, we have a very rich spot with large biodiversity. In terms of species of birds, we observed more than 306 over a period of 3 years that we've been working on at that place, in a place that is not managed as a protected area. Compared, for instance, to Zambezi, to the Zambezi block, where there is a protection area, and then they have almost 400 species. But you can see that even in a managed area, if the ecosystem is still resilient, we can still enjoy a good biodiversity. I'm particularly proud to see the active participation of so many experts from Mozambique, South Africa, Eswatini, and the European partners. You deserve, your diverse perspectives and experience are crucial to enriching our discussions and forging practical solutions. Let us use this conference as a platform to open dialogue, robust dialogue, debates, and concrete action. Let us also commit to translating the insights gained here to tangible improvements in our water governance practice and a stronger, more resilient future for our transboundary river basins. I thank you, and I look forward to a productive and inspiring conference. And yes, welcome to Maputo if no one has said that to you before.
Obrigada, professor catedrático Diniz Juízo, pelas partilhar o seu conhecimento. De seguida, com a permissão do Excelentíssimo Secretário Permanente, convidamos o engenheiro Oscar Sebia, presidente da REMCO, para partilhar os objetivos e temas centrais desta conferência. Engenheiro Oscar, uma salva de palmas para ele.
Muito obrigado. Bom dia. Excelentíssimo Secretário Permanente, excelentíssimo Senhor Diretor-Geral da Área Sul, excelentíssima Secretária Executiva da IMACOM, excelentíssimo Bastonário da Ordem dos Engenheiros. Obrigado. Excelentíssima Presidente da USMA, Geraldina Cossa, excelentíssimo CEO Mongani, senhora Presidente da USMA, Geraldine Costa, já me referi, desculpa. Colegas da GRBA, colegas dos nossos parceiros da Europa, os nossos colegas da Embaixada dos Países Baixos, distintos convidados. Esta conferência ela tem como o primeiro milestone que nós conseguimos, que é a declaração de um dos comissários da IMACOM, no qual endossa a REMCO. A REMCO funcionava com uma estrutura legal apropriada, mas notamos que a partir de então, com este lançamento feito pela África do Sul, que é o que faltava, temos condições apropriadas para sermos enquadrados em IMACOM, que é um dos processos que a gente vinha lutando desde então. Para todos os membros da REMCO, uma salva de palmas por esta iniciativa feita pela África do Sul. Bom, a primeira parte do meu discurso foi largamente abordada pelo sentido do secretário permanente, então vou ser breve, também o nosso tempo é até 11 horas, então vou correr. A Conferência da REMCO 2025 acolhe aproximadamente 150 delegados, 40 de Eswatini. Eswatini trouxe uma equipe muito forte, isso é muito bom. 27 da África do Sul, temos aqui a Alemanha, Países Baixos, também como se referiu, temos aqui colegas da Etiópia, a qual também da LIMCOM, o qual agradecemos a vossa presença e sugerimos que copiem esta iniciativa para as bacias em que vocês estão enquadrados. Ontem tivemos a oportunidade para uma sessão dedicada às mulheres e jovens, que frequentemente são marginalizadas e subrepresentadas nas discussões e operações relacionadas com a água e oportunidades no setor. As apresentações feitas ontem nos encorajam de que o problema está gradualmente a ser saneado. Ficou claro que o objetivo de enquadrar e de dar oportunidade às mulheres e jovens no setor de águas é garantir que seja dada uma oportunidade substancial de partilha das suas perspectivas, experiências e ideias inovadoras. Ontem tivemos, felizmente, os jovens a fazer as apresentações aqui e vimos o quão é inovador introduzir jovens no setor. Reconhecemos o papel da mulher como crucial, como gestoras de água, cuidadoras e decisoras dos agregados familiares, nas comunidades, nas organizações em que elas estão inseridas. Elevar a mulher em setores relacionados com a água promove o gênero, melhora a governança da água e traduz-se em soluções mais sustentáveis na gestão da água ao nível das comunidades. Da mesma forma, envolver os jovens reconhecemos o seu papel potencial como agentes de mudança e futuros líderes que podem trazer novas percepções, criatividade e avanços tecnológicos. Promover a participação ativa das mulheres e jovens nas conferências e nos debates sobre a água pode facilitar a inclusão. Foi aqui bem dito, nos que me antecederam, referiram-se muito bem a este papel da mulher na água. Referir que, na 6ª Conferência da REMCO realizada na África do Sul, em 2021, palavras pronunciadas pela vice-ministra do Departamento of Water Affairs, em que citou: não prover água para mulher e criança é um crime contra a humanidade. Repito, não prover água para mulher e criança é um crime contra a humanidade. Estas palavras remetem-nos a uma contínua reflexão e avaliação do nosso desempenho no setor de água, cujo temos a oportunidade de desenhar políticas, projetos concretos para prover água de qualidade às nossas comunidades. Vou me referir também ontem à secretária executiva da REMCO, Silvia Machiana, referiu: a mulher, passo a citar, a mulher é o centro e o coração relativamente ao uso da água. Creio que não há dúvidas em relação a estas palavras. Uma das reflexões que devemos continuar a fazer foi levantada pelo Dr. Davidson, da IUCN, no qual ele referiu o seguinte: as nossas crianças correm o risco de não ver um rio a correr. Está evidente a necessidade de proteção contínua deste recurso. Essa é a grande importância a qual a Conferência da REMCO, que iniciou ontem, com uma sessão dedicada inteiramente às mulheres. O tema para o presidente de conferência, como foi citado aqui, dos que me antecederam, é reforçar a resiliência e a governação da água nas bacias hidrográficas transfronteiriças. Também temos subtemas que se associam a este tema, que é reforçar as abordagens lideradas pelas comunidades em matéria de governação transfronteiriça da água, fortalecimento da cooperação digital entre os Estados ribeirinhos, financiamento sustentável para a segurança hídrica transfronteiriça, partilhar dados em tempo real. Isto é um desafio que nós temos vindo a enfrentar e, felizmente, já conseguimos já atingimos certos patamares. E, por fim, incentivar a integração do conhecimento científico. A REMCO também baseia-se no conhecimento científico, por isso convidamos aqui acadêmicos também para nos darem um suporte em relação à conferência. Os objetivos principais desta conferência é identificar desafios comuns e recomendar soluções, reforçar a cooperação entre os países que partilham as bacias hidrográficas, construir ligações mais fortes através do trabalho em rede e partilha de experiência, melhorar a compreensão dos papéis e responsabilidades da REMCO e informar as partes interessadas sobre os atuais níveis de cooperação ao nível da bacia. Referir que em relação a este último ponto o trabalho que nós fazemos tem que estar refletido nas comunidades para que nós trabalhamos. Ao longo da última década, a região austral da África foi assolada por secas de cheias, já que foi referido. Não vou voltar a tocar neste tema, vou saltar. Mas durante o período também, este período que eu me referi, nos últimos 10 anos, tivemos cheias repentinas no Rio Comate, em fevereiro de 2023, destacando-se a necessidade de discussão sobre a revisão do sistema de previsão de alerta de cheias. Porque os nossos modelos hidrológicos, infelizmente, não estão desenhados para lidar com aquilo que são cheias repentinas, em que em inglês chamamos flash flood. Os nossos modelos não estão apropriados para esta situação que nós experimentamos aqui na bacia de Incomate em 2023, que é uma situação nova. Isto remete a que os nossos hidrólogos têm necessidade de estudar esta cheia. Temos que rever as operações das nossas barragens para ver se nós respondemos a este desafio que é recentemente colocado, que acredito está associado às mudanças climáticas. A expectativa da 8ª Conferência da REMCO, cujo tema já aqui sabemos, é de consolidar a gestão participativa integrada dos recursos hídricos, aproximar-se continuamente aos stakeholders. Quais foram as grandes realizações dos últimos 2 anos? Referir que a REMCO funciona, excelentíssimo, sem um orçamento apropriado. Mas a vontade de cooperar que existem entre a Área Sul e o SME e GRB é muito forte. E temos conseguido alcançar alguns objetivos que nós traçamos. E agora que vamos ser integrados na EMACOM, acredito que teremos uma estrutura legal para ir mais ao encontro daquilo que nos propomos a fazer. Uma das realizações que tivemos foi a partilha de dados, a partilha do sistema CIRA que estava sendo implementado, CIRAS e Hidronet que estava sendo implementado na África do Sul. E, felizmente, os nossos colegas de Eswatini também já usam esta ferramenta. Também partilhamos os documentos relativos às tarifas de água. As tarifas são diferentes, cada país tem a sua tarifa de água. E não vamos dizer que vamos harmonizar, mas é preciso saber qual é o custo da água na bacia. Os países são diferentes, cada um tem o seu preço. Também a assinatura de memorando de entendimento entre a EMACOM e os gestores operacional da água. O controle de qualidade da água na fronteira, particularmente em Moçambique, na região de Sano Garcia. Os desafios. Há um desafio aqui que, infelizmente, já foi ultrapassado, que é ser reconhecido pela EMACOM. Já tivemos aqui a comissária da África do Sul a endossar a REMCO para a EMACOM. Este desafio praticamente já foi alcançado. E o próximo desafio, como aqui largamente foi falado, é a sustentabilidade financeira. Nós, como REMCO, queremos agradecer a GRBA, a UCME e a Área Sul pelo suporte que tem nos dado. Como referiu, nós não temos ainda uma estrutura legal, mas felizmente temos tido suporte destas organizações operacionais a quais estamos inseridos. E o nosso muito obrigado pelo contínuo esforço e pelos que me antecederam aqui, endossaram que vão continuar a suportar a REMCO. A REMCO é o que nós precisamos. Também aos parceiros que financiaram esta conferência, não vou citar, já foi dito nos que me antecederam para não levar tempo, mas também quero agradecer de forma em particular o Local Organization Committee, que é o comitê que organiza as reuniões da REMCO e todos assuntos relacionados com a REMCO. É um comitê em que participam técnicos dos 3 países, tem trabalhado arduamente. Este nível de organização que estamos a ver aqui, felizmente foi feito pela esta comissão, e eu ia sugerir uma salva de palmas para a Comissão Local de Organização do Comitê. Dito isto, excelentíssimo, para não ser repetitivo, porque boa parte dos temas aqui foram abordados, Siabonga, Incomo, Denke, muito obrigado.
Muito obrigada, senhor presidente da REMCOM, pela sua intervenção. Excelentíssimos, chegamos ao fim da primeira parte, mas para gravarmos este momento, Vamos fazer uma foto família. Os que estão na plateia simplesmente vão se levantar e os que estão no pódio vão se aproximar de nós para fazermos uma fotografia. De seguida, teremos um lanche lá fora e vamos começar a segunda sessão. Muito obrigada a todos por este momento. Senhores fotógrafos, por favor, venham para este lado. Por favor, excelentíssimos, podem levantar para uma fotografia. Os fotógrafos deste lado, por favor. Então, isso. Sim. Vamos fazer um sorriso para que será um marco da 8ª conferência da REMCO. É um momento histórico agora. Muito obrigada. E eu pedi que se encostassem mais para facilitar, para caberem mais nas fotografias. Vamos encostar para o centro, por favor. Vamos encostar para o centro. Todos atrás, vamos encostar para o centro para sairmos todos, por favor. Não, estou ainda a organizar aqui. Obrigada a todos e bom lanche. Obrigada. Anuncio a retirada do excelentíssimo secretário permanente do Ministério de Obras Públicas e Habitação e Recursos Hídricos. Muito obrigada.
Dois.
dar boas-vindas a todos a esta sessão e desde já me apresentar, eu sou Gimo Macaringue, eu vou fazer a moderação desta sessão, que teremos 5 oradores. Portanto, passo a chamar os oradores. Primeiro orador é a senhora Cindy. A senhora Cindy, para se fazer ao palco, por favor. Ok. A senhora Cindy tem larga experiência em gestão de bacias hidrográficas partilhadas, tanto gestão de recursos hídricos transfronteiriços. Portanto, ela vai apresentar o projeto, a apresentação denominada JEF 8, que é gestão de reforços, tanto reforço de gestão transfronteiriça integrada dos recursos hídricos nas bacias do Incomate e Maputo. Dizia que ela tem larga experiência em gestão e cooperação internacional e é atualmente secretária executiva de Inamacom. O segundo orador, tanto o senhor Mbundili, por favor. Departamento de Águas de Eswatini, o orador, faz presente. Senhor Mundili, está presente na sala? Parece que não. Vamos ao terceiro orador. Portanto, a senhora Daniela. Senhor Njuli. Oh, desculpa. Desculpa. O senhor Njuli vai apresentar o projeto de Lomancha, portanto, abastecimento de água potável na Mancha. Engenheiro sênior no Departamento de Águas de Eswatini e tem larga experiência em projetos de abastecimento de água rural e cooperação internacional. O terceiro orador é a senhora Daniela, do projeto Mpandakua. A senhora Daniela é engenheira ambiental e vai partilhar, portanto, este projeto hidroelétrico de construção da barragem de Pandancua, que é um projeto grande hidroelétrico, portanto, aqui na África. E o último orador, penúltimo orador, é o representante de JWPSA. Representante de JWPSA está presente? Para se fazer ao pódio, por favor. Chama-se Sr. Mbek. Penso que pronunciei corretamente. Sr. Mbek vai fazer a apresentação sobre o reforço da capacidade de acesso ao financiamento e investimento misto. E o último orador, tanto o senhor Delário Sengo. Senhor Delário Sengo, para se fazer ao pódio. Delário Sengo é técnico da Arasul e é um quadro sênior da instituição, com larga experiência em recursos hídricos, transfronteiriços, cooperação, e vai fazer a apresentação, portanto, sobre segurança hídrica urbana. Quero agradecer aos oradores aqui presentes e informar que todos têm um fundo de tempo de cerca de 20 minutos. Não vamos tolerar a extensão, portanto já vamos tarde no início desta sessão. Vamos fazer todas as apresentações e depois das apresentações vamos fazer um debate único. E dito isto, quero convidar a primeira oradora, a senhora Cindy, para fazer a apresentação.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I will be giving a presentation on the Jeff 8 project titled Strengthening Integrated Transboundary Management of the Inkomati and Maputo River Basins. So this project is being implemented by INMACOM, supported by the Global Environmental Facility led by UNDP in partnership with GWPSA. So the way these things go is that there is an accredited entity, then there's an implementing entity, and then INMACOM is the owner of the project, but it is led operationally by GWPSA, but the money flow comes through UNDP. The project started already in July 2025, and it's for 6 years. And it has a budget of 7.1 million US dollars. And we already had the inception meeting in Bombela, South Africa. The project objective is to promote integrated source-to-sea management of the Inkomati and Maputo basins and coastal zones to ensure environmental security and inclusive livelihoods. So there are key elements in this that I've just said, the element of source-to-sea approach, which means it's a transboundary approach to the management of these shared rivers. And then there's the element of coastal zones, which means is an integration of the ocean to the land and water management. And then there's the element of environmental security, which has to do with the landscape, not just water, but what's happening in the landscape. And then there's the most important one, which is the people, the livelihoods, which are also there. You have there a map of the Transfrontier Conservation Area, the Lubombo TFCA, and it is a big part of this project. Why does this project matter? This project is happening within the Inkomati and the Maputo basins, which is about 3.4 million people who are dependent on the natural resources of these water courses. And nowadays we are experiencing climate risks like droughts, floods, cyclones, and there's also worsening situations, especially in relation to the hydrology of these rivers that we share. The pressures that we are experiencing are land degradation, deforestation, sand mining, pollution, unsustainable resource use, and water security concerns. It provides an opportunity to link river basin management with the coastal and marine ecosystems, as well as the conservation areas, the game reserves and things like that. And also for Inmacom specifically, this is a project that's coming as we are transitioning from being the TPTC, which was a committee, and now we are now in a formal state of operation, and we are now an RBO, and this project needs to help us with our legal, financial, and also staffing reforms. The way this project is organized is such that there's a project steering committee made from the member states. So there's Eswatini, South Africa, and Mozambique who sit at the project steering committee. Then you have the money lead, which is UNDP. And then you also have Inmacom being the owner of the project sitting there. But then you also have a project management unit, which is comprising of Inmacom staff, as well as the support from the Global Water Partnership Southern Africa. So you see, especially when you talk of the project management unit, there's quite a number of people listed there. And there's going to be strengthening of Inmacom through hiring new people, new staff at Inmacom via this project. And at the end, at that line, you see a line of responsible parties. The way this project has been set up is that at that level, you have all the operational water management institutions also playing an important part. They are called responsible parties. I am a responsible party on behalf of Inmacom in terms of the secretariat and implementation. But in Eswatini, you have the JRBA Project Board. In South Africa, you have the IUCMA. In Mozambique, you have Arasul IP. And in terms of the nature, the ecosystems, as well as the coastal, you have IUCN representing those. So those are people we'll be working with. So we'll be focusing on dealing with barriers like high water demand and associated changes in flow regimes, the unsustainable use of natural resources, the deterioration of water quality and ecosystem degradation, and a climate change perspective. We are very strong on dealing with the data and monitoring elements because we have limited basin-wide hydrological data, integration and coordination, and that hampers the proper planning and forecasting at the river basin level. So I kept saying yesterday, and as we are going through this, Inmacom is here because it is recognizing that the data and the systems are sitting with the stakeholders, and they are very strong at the operational level between the entities that are managing the water resources on the ground. So through this project, we want to try and integrate more in terms of what's there being scaled up to the transboundary level instead of Inmacom trying to redo what our operator institutions are already doing. There's also a strong emphasis on stakeholder coordination, and that is the importance of us presenting this project in this platform, because we need inclusive platforms to engage with the people that will be affected by this, the communities, the sector players, civil society, as well as nature, as I've already mentioned. In terms of the project components, I've already said it's a $7.1 million US project over 6 years. We are at the first year now, starting from July, as I said, and then it means from next year, for the next 5 years, we are doing this. So the first part is strengthening the governance frameworks for transboundary basin management. And that includes now a source to sea approach. So whatever we need to do to ensure that we are inclusive in terms of our approach, we will be doing those things under this component. In component 2, we are dealing with science, facilitating a knowledge-based approach so that we understand our basins and we have the right data and science to inform decisions. Component number 3 is about investments mobilization. So a strategic plan to attract investments and finances into the shared basins. And component 4 is the part that touches people's life on sustainable livelihoods and enhancing the water, energy, food, and environmental security nexus. And component 5 is about knowledge generation, communication, and dissemination. So through this project, we will be working a lot, learning from others, integrating with other RPOs, learning from you as the institutions that are already doing things and ensuring we do much of that. So just a bit more detail when we're talking strengthening. So there's the institutional elements, the technical capacity, the operational capacity, and the collaboration platforms and engagement elements. And then also the data and platforms is an important element, the coordination of whatever is happening. So I kept hearing the REMCO chairperson saying one of the milestones was for REMCO to be recognized by INMACOM. A very strong emphasis of this project is to coordinate things so that you don't go parallel ways trying to achieve the same goal, but you integrate things and put them there. And then the other outcome, the gender equality, is where we are having the youth and the women and the vulnerable groups and things like that being integrated into this. In terms of the science, which is out as component 2, we want to strengthen our water management information systems and our decision support systems. So there, if there's modeling or the systems, the CIRAs and the hydronets and all the things that you are already doing in your institutions, that's where we are integrating from that level to a transboundary basin. So we are using existing things and also adding to that to ensure that we scale up whatever we're already doing in that. I already said component 3 is about raising finances. So here we want to have a strategic action program and also national action plans. So to have that basin plan in terms of how we are developing it as a strategy, we will do that together with yourselves, because even at a national level, then you'll be assisting us to say, how are you feeding in to the transboundary goals and objectives? Component 4 is the most important one for a stakeholder platform like this one, because this is where we are having the demonstration projects that will address different environmental issues to ensure sustainability and livelihood enhancement. And then whatever we are doing under this project and the lessons that we get out of that, we will upscale that and replicate it in other places. This is where the responsible parties take part. In component 4, ARASUL, IUCMA, GRPA will be working with INMACOM to reach the people on the ground and make change on the ground and ensure that things are changing there. So each country will implement 2 pilot projects that are focused on restoring degraded ecosystems, improving water, energy, and food security, having gender-responsive community-led solutions, and also basin-wide upscaling of good practices and lessons. There'll be the TFCA component being led by IUCN, as I've already said. Towards the end, what have we achieved up until now? So we signed the official product in July, and we initially did the inception meeting in September. And now we are recruiting the project coordinator that will work with me and the project management unit to deliver this project, as well as GWP and UNDP, as I've already said. And now we are also going through due diligence processes so that grant agreements can be concluded with the responsible parties. In this project, the money is flowing all the way from UNDP, GWP, to the people on the ground that will be implementing things. But of course, there'll be monitoring and systems to ensure we adhere to results frameworks that we have set and things like that. So we're doing joint work plan and budgeting processes, and we need to train the project managers to be able to handle these funds well and deliver the impact that is expected. So in conclusion, We need the collaboration and support of the river basin states, the member states. Each country will have a stake in this project and do something, so we need your support. Most importantly, we also need the support of the responsible parties. The CEOs of these institutions have a certain co-financing element that they are bringing in, because if they are managing 2 projects in their country, they will need people to go there, cars to go there, their own staff to be engaged in this thing, and so we need that collaboration. We will steer and coordinate as INMACOM, and also we are inviting the REMCO partners to support the knowledge and partnerships and technical collaboration, because in the science component, which is component 2, we need more of the information that sits with you, be it at the university, in your own institutions. And we need to create robust multi-stakeholder platforms to engage, to ensure that we meet environmental safeguards and JSC guidelines, and also so that we ensure inclusive stakeholder engagement. So that is our story as INMACOM, and we look forward to working together with the rest of you for the next 5 years. And let's deliver on this and show Jeff and the world that we can make a better Inkomati and Maputo basins. Thank you very much.
Senhora Cindy, próximo orador, projeto Lomacha.
Next.
Good morning. May I greet you all with all protocols observed. My name is Mtutuzi Mdluli. I come from the Department of Water Affairs. I will be presenting the project Lomasha Namacha Cross-Border Water Supply Project. We seem to have lost the project. Oh, okay. Yes, the cross-border project aims to source water from the Mbuluzi River in Simunye. It will be pumped all the way to Lomahasha in the Swaziland side, and also to Namacha on the Mozambican side. It was a vision from the 2 member states. The 2 cities, Lomahasha and Namacha, were found to be dry, and there wasn't enough water for domestic use for the two cities. So the member states decided that they had to find a solution for this. So they went through SADC, who helped the member states to find funding from GIZ, the German Development Corporation. The project aims to enhance the water supply for the 2 cities, and also enhance public health, economic opportunities through the principles of integrated water resource management. The project aims to supply potable water to a total of about 40,000 people in both cities. As we've said, the funding came from GIZ, the German Development Corporation, and it was in the region of 8 million euros. Swaziland and Mozambique, they had to make their contributions of 10 million at the time, 10 million Emalangen each. But with fluctuating currency rates, it ended up going up to 15 million. The project, as I've said, it will source water from the Umbuluzi River, and it will be pumped, the water will be pumped all the way up to Lomahasha and also Namacha. So the phase one has been divided into two, phase 1A and phase 1B. So phase 1A will comprise of constructing the pipeline from Simunye all the way to Lomahasha, and also to construct booster pump stations at Nduma and also at Mbogotwane. And there'll be the construction of the 2.2 million liters water reservoir at Lomahasha and the 5.5 megaliter reservoir at Namacha. Phase 1B will comprise of upscaling and upgrading of the Simunye water treatment plant, the construction of a reservoir in Mapiveni and also in Shaula on the Swaziland side. The last component of Project 1B will be the construction of the distribution networks in Lomahasha and also in Namacha. Phase 2 will comprise of constructing the Pinde Dam in Mozambique and also upscaling the distribution network in Lomahasha and also in Namacha. It's not quite clear there, but that shows the map of the project. It's starting from Simunye, goes all the way to Lomahasha, and where in Lomahasha there'll be the 2.2 megaliter. Good night. In Lomahasha, will there be the 2.2 megaliter tank, and also in Namacha, where there'll be the 5.5 megaliter tank. So the progress summary to date, the project, the actual implementation of the project, it started in September of 2024. There was a typo there, and the overall progress is at about 50%. So that is the summary of the components. The time elapsed now is 61%, which puts us at behind time a bit, but the contractor and the project manager are working on that so that we may cover time. Pipe laying and bed filling is at 43%. Construction of the 2 booster pump stations is at 35%. And the water reservoirs at Lomahasha and also in Namacha. Okay. Construction of the reservoirs in Lomahasha and also in Namacha, they're at 95%. That is, the base and the walls have been constructed. We are working at pouring concrete on the roofs of the tanks. And we have also started construction of the stormwater channels to avoid water getting to the structure. The contractual completion of the project is estimated at 31 March. and also the anticipated completion is also on 31 March of 2026. Now, the future work of this project, it will include the completion of the phase 1 of the project and securing funds to make sure that we complete the phase 1 of the project. We'll also have to secure funds for the implementation of phase 2 of the project. Now, phase 2 of the project will include the feasibility studies of the Pinded Dam and the implementation of phase 2, which includes the construction of the Pinded Dam, the construction and the enlargement of the distribution networks for Lomahasha and Namacho. In conclusion, the successful completion of this project and sustainable operation thereon was a result of, but not limited to, the following: the sustainable financing of the project, the partnership with international partners. It was also a result of the political will of the two countries and the trust between the two countries. Without those, the two countries, the two member states wouldn't have been able to raise the funds necessary for this project. The technical soundness of the project was also a factor to this project. Extensive work was done for the feasibility study of this project, which spanned over years since 2016. The stakeholders were very interested in seeing this project come to fruition. The effective governance and transparency of the two member states at all stages of this project was also a big factor to the success of this project. It goes without saying, therefore, that with a lack of any one of these factors, we couldn't produce this project and we couldn't get it to completion. In that regard, appreciation goes to all the interested parties in the construction of this project. Here, this is some of the construction of the pipeline where there was trenching, installation of the pipe and backfilling. As you can see, some of these areas are very rocky, which was part of the problem that led to the delay in the construction. This is a typical picture of the 5.5 megaliter storage reservoir. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you, Kanmambo.
Obrigado pela intervenção. Vamos a outra apresentação sobre o projeto Mpandacu, que é um projeto de grande relevância energética no contexto regional.
Bom dia a todos. Chamo-me Daniela Nhatitima e sou engenheira ambiental no Gabinete de Implementação do Projeto Hidroelétrico Panancua. Bom, primeiramente gostaria de agradecer pelo convite que foi feito ao gabinete para estar presente nesta conferência e partilhar a sua experiência em relação ao financiamento sustentável. Quase 40% da população mundial depende de bacias hidrográficas transfronteiriças, onde a cooperação é vital para a segurança hídrica compartilhada. E Moçambique é um dos países africanos mais dependentes de águas transfronteiriças, partilhando 9 bacias internacionais com países vizinhos. Face às alterações climáticas e o crescente aumento da procura de água, o financiamento sustentável é fundamental para garantir a resiliência. O projeto hidroelétrico de Panancoa estará localizado na bacia do rio Zambeze, ilustra o compromisso de Moçambique em conciliar o desenvolvimento, a sustentabilidade e a cooperação transfronteiriça. E para garantir a resiliência dos rios transfronteiriços, é necessário seguir 3 pilares fundamentais: a gestão ambiental, que é para proteger os ecossistemas aquáticos e as funções ecológicas das bacias hidrográficas, e integra as ações de adaptação às alterações climáticas e as práticas sustentáveis; a cooperação internacional, que envolve os países, instituições e comunidades, promovendo assim a confiança, a transparência e acordos duradouros; e o financiamento sustentável, para fornecer mecanismos previsíveis e de longo prazo que garantam a continuidade e estabilidade para os projetos em toda a bacia. Existem diversos tipos de financiamento e trago aqui comigo alguns exemplos de financiamento para rios transfronteiriços. Temos o financiamento público, que provém de orçamentos diretamente do Estado, que são os orçamentos nacionais, os fundos governamentais para a água e o meio ambiente e contribuições do Estado para organizações da bacia. Temos o apoio multilateral e bilateral, que provém de instituições como o Banco Mundial, o Banco Africano de Desenvolvimento e agências que apoiam infraestruturas, estudos e desenvolvimento de capacidades. As parcerias público-privadas, que são investimentos partilhados entre governos e setor privado para infraestruturas de água e energia. O financiamento verde e sustentável, que são as obrigações verdes, financiamento misto e pagamento por serviços ecossistêmicos, promovendo assim projetos resilientes às alterações climáticas, e mecanismos regionais e cooperativos, que são fundos fiduciários da bacia, acordos de partilha de benefícios, iniciativas conjuntas de dados e monitorização, reforçando a cooperação regional. O projeto Panancoa é o projeto de uma central hidroelétrica com capacidade instalada de 1.500 megawatts e está orçada a 5 bilhões de dólares. Estará localizado na província de Tete, no rio Zambeze, a 60 quilômetros a jusante da barragem de Caurabaça. Será uma barragem a fio de água, isto quer dizer que a sua albufeira será menor relativamente à albufeira de Caurabaça e terá uma configuração em cascata. Isto quer dizer que a produção de energia será feita através do reaproveitamento da água turbinada que sai da hidroelétrica de Caurabaça. E esta barragem estará localizada no rio Zambeze, que atravessa 6 países, e Moçambique partilha o rio diretamente com o Zimbábue e a Zâmbia. O modelo contratual e de financiamento para o projeto Panancoa é a parceria público-privada com a integração do Project Finance. A parceria público-privada é uma colaboração de longo prazo entre o setor público, que é o governo, e o setor privado para financiar, construir, operar ou manter infraestruturas ou serviços. No caso do projeto Panancoa, será formado uma SPV, e essa SPV, na sua estrutura acionista, tem o Estado moçambicano, que está representado pela EDM-HCB, com 30%, e os restantes 30% está o parceiro estratégico, que inclui a EDF, que é a Eletricidade da França, a Total Energies e a Sumitomo. E estas empresas todas vão se juntar para formar a SPV, que vai financiar, operar e manter este empreendimento hidroelétrico durante o seu período de concessão. O modelo de parceria público-privada permite ao projeto Panancoa combinar a gestão pública com capital privado e conhecimento técnico. Promove uma partilha de risco eficiente e uma operação sustentável. Continuando. O modelo de parceria público-privada permite ao projeto Panancua combinar a gestão pública com o capital privado e expertise técnica, promove uma partilha de riscos eficientes e uma operação sustentável a longo prazo dos ativos hidroelétricos. Em bacias hidrográficas transfronteiriças, as PPPs funcionam como um mecanismo estratégico para financiamento sustentável. As PPPs facilitam o envolvimento de múltiplos parceiros e investimento privado, bloqueando o pleno potencial dos recursos hídricos e energéticos partilhados, e também reforçam o papel das organizações regionais de bacia, ao apoiar o planeamento coordenado em toda a bacia, a partilha equitativa dos benefícios entre os países e a resiliência face a incertezas climáticas e econômicas. É o fim da minha apresentação e muito obrigada.
Obrigado pela apresentação. Vamos prosseguir com a próxima apresentação, por favor.
Good morning. My name is Peggy Kininza. I come from Global Water Partnership. So because I wasn't introduced very well, so I'll take a bit of time, if you don't mind. Global Water Partnership is a very big player in the climate space, particularly in accessing climate finance. And I'm proud to note that we are a partner with INMACOM. We are also doing the same with LIMCOM and a number of other climate projects. So what I'm going to be sharing with you is basically building capacity to access climate finance. And we are getting good at it. We're not the best, but somehow we have understood the basics. But key to this process is actually understanding what is climate change. So I'm going to go through a few of the description things so that it allows us to understand where we miss. First, what is climate change? Human beings do things. The things lead to greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. The atmosphere hots up, weather changes, and people start feeling uncomfortable, and then they need finance to do the remedies. I hope I did a good job. Anyway, you are the judge. But in essence, you need to be very clear on the additionality of climate. A project will not be financed because it's sustainable, because it is impacting a lot of people. It will be financed because temperature changes have an effect on its development. So it's very important that we are very clear on this. Next slide, please. Okay, the next slide introduces the framework to which the climate is addressed. And there are policies, these are international policies that we need to make sure we adhere to. It seems my slide is not cooperating. Oh, I'm, okay, thank you. Oh, thank you. These are the key frameworks that drive the finance of climate. And GCF in particular has done tremendous capacity building around these issues. Countries that do not have nationally determined contributions, which means what are they going to do about the greenhouse gases in reducing them, most especially? How are they going to adapt through the National Adaptation Plan? And their long-term vision into shaping their economic development into a long-term greening or carbon reduction. And lastly, clear national climate change policies locally to support climate change. Without this, the GCF will look at you and say, hey, you are not ready. Eswatini is one example that has been receiving a lot of readiness funds to try and shape up. And I think some of you Eswazis know that we're still not there. So it's very important that one of the things that needs to be there for a country is these key frameworks. The mitigation versus adaptation. This is a key component that must be clearly separated. In some cases, we write projects in an adaptation manner, but because we are trying to get mitigation effects. So you really must be very clear in making the difference. Mitigation is projects that allow us to reduce our contribution to greenhouse gases. Energy is one example. But adaptation is how we live with the effects of what the change has happened and how we are going to change our ways. So it's very important that we do this distinction and we keep very clear on how we. The focus mainly is capacity building on GCF climate finance. So I just put this slide to indicate what climate finance is. It does indicate that all finances, both local, public, private, and all other international sources are grouped together towards a climate action that is described in the 4 documents that I indicated. So it's very important that we get the terminology right, because if you miss a few words and start talking developmental work as opposed to climate-induced, you miss the finance. So it's very, very, very important that we keep to the word. And unfortunately, I had to make this slide worded because if I take 1 or 2 words, the meaning changes. So please bear in mind that there are very, very specific definitions towards that. These are the sources that are available for climate finance. And there are 3 key important ones to which GCF is one of the 3. It is the Global or the Green Climate Finance Fund, the Global Environmental Fund, which is funding INMACOM, and then the Loss and Damage Fund. These are the statutory ones. The others come in here and there, but they are supporting these 3. So if we are targeting GCF climate finance is the hardest of them all. So if you are able to write a GCF project, you are halfway there. So there are multilateral developments, which are World Bank and other financing institutions, and then private sector. And I want to emphasize private sector because increasingly we are looking for the business case in projects. And if there's no business case, I think the private sector knows a bit about business case. These can come through loans, they come through grants, they come through equity and guarantees. You need to be prepared for which combination would you be comfortable with. And particularly when it comes to loans, countries need to involve finance, because without finance, you may not be getting that loan. So we really need to work together to support climate finance. But the question I want to really focus on as I move quickly towards the end is why are we not getting the finance? I think this is the brief. Why are we not getting the climate finance? And the image that I have there is things are not connected. And in particular, we are operating in silos. I'm going to go quickly into first understanding the mandate of GCF, and key to it is making sure that they are real-time data sharing, and we basically plan together. Because when we submit to GCF, we are supposed to have climate action plans that speak to each other. We have a challenge, and that's why we use that puzzle. Eswatini is planning, Mozambique is planning and having its own NDC and national adaptation plans, and South Africa is doing the same. If we're going to be transboundary, we need projects that interlink. And these projects, in some cases, one is upstream in South Africa, the other one is middle stream, if I can use that word, and then towards the sea in Mozambique. How do we identify those projects as we integrate them into the plans that GCF in particular would want to see? The hurdle really is this combination, not just between countries, but also among sectors. We really need to bring those elements together, because as we develop for water or for climate, it is essential that we are holistic in our view. Otherwise, our projects are always been found faulty in solving one problem and leaving the other, and at the end of it all, it doesn't solve key objectives. So if we're going to make it work, we need to untangle the web and the many interests. One of them is accredited entities that are really trying to assist countries. We've got transboundary cooperation. We've got the GCF putting so many locks. We just need to find the right key. And I think what's important is making sure that we integrate our NDCs across the 3 countries. So somehow we need to put a platform that allows us to share these documents and projects that are within. So to unlock this key that is having all the money that we're looking for, we are proposing synchronized climate rationale across basins and in particular across countries. We propose that this should also lead into key documents that we ensure do contain transboundary issues as we move towards a very clear rationale, so that we start writing projects that do not focus on the water, but specifically on the climate impact. We need to also note that GCF is not a grant, and in most cases, it looks for other funding. So it becomes essential that we also blend, and we blend so that the risk of the projects are reduced. So it's going to be essential that we develop projects that facilitate multimodal funding. It's not moving anymore. So there are these barriers that I put up, which I think we'll get because of time. But the idea is that these barriers can actually be leveraged through very quick training that the GCF and GWP have come together and established. So we provide very good training that leverages and demystifies all these. I'm sure some of you are realizing how complex it is. So we've really put in a training program that facilitates countries to be able to learn and understand and integrate these into a very clear goal for success. A call to action is that we need to put the puzzles together and neatly so that they are not spread apart around these 6 issues that I've put across. And as a result, we'll do 3 key things: map and align our climate rationales, build coalition, and then finally invest in joint capacity across basins. Thank you very much. I hope I've teased your interest in climate finance and hope that you will be looking for more and reading more of what I've missed. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Obrigado. Vamos terminar o painel com a apresentação sobre segurança hídrica.
Boa tarde. Pronto, a apresentação está em português. Pronto, eu vou tentar falar em inglês para pronto, todos possam acompanhar devidamente. Well, in Aras, we have actually 2 projects in the scope area of Arasol. One is what we call SP4, is Urban Water Security Project. It is actually, it involves a number of institutions. Mostly is water resource supply project, because close to 90% of the funds are for investment in water supply infrastructure. But likely, I mean, this project, the bank, with the World Bank, actually is a World Bank who funds that project, accepted to include the source, I mean, in this case, the water resource component. So actually it's a joint component. It's not a project solely dedicated to water supply activities. It also includes a water resource component. So it's a new path that we are trying, I mean, to follow. There is another project which is PRRC. This one is mostly is a project for resilience climate change. So it has a infrastructure component in terms of investment, where we invest in dams, in rehabilitation of the dikes, but also in water resource monitoring infrastructure. That's what we are doing. What's that I say? Yeah. So this is the first project. Is the urban water security project. This is mostly it is going to invest mostly on a more softer part. We're talking about institutional development. We are talking about capacity building. We are talking about issues of water quality. So under this project here, there is a concept that we are trying, to create is the issue of the water management service. Because normally when we talk about water resource, people hardly understand that there is a service that the water management related institution provide. For instance, if there is a disaster because we did not properly early warning, people, so we're going to have a lot of damage downstream. You will end up having people, die. If we don't provide a service, for instance, of better water quality control, for instance, the water supply sector will end up having higher cost in terms of water treatment. So under this project, we are trying, to develop, this concept to package a service so that, the stakeholders, from water supply and other stakeholders, they can view Arasul as providing a service so that they can pay, for water tariff, because that is the challenge. People, when we charge for bulk water, normally they ask, why are we paying for water? They don't associate, because we hardly associate a service, to that issue. So we need to develop this So this is a project that we're implementing with a water supply institution, which is I was trying. The point is not. Okay. Okay. Yeah, there can. Yeah, I want to use the pointer. It's not using. So, okay, this project, in terms of component, mainly we do have a water quality component to improve, water quality. We do have a second component to it, the strengthening, planning, and water allocation, where we develop modeling. We are going to training, our technician in water allocation. We are going to invest in water use license. In terms of broadening, the people that use water, we can give them license, but also we do have a development, institutional development. The component dedicated to Arasul, the funds is $10 million US. And in terms of the time frame, it's going to be implemented from 2023 to 2030. Yeah, so those are the 4 components that I did mention. I'm going to go into details for each one. So we're going to develop water allocation models for the Umbiluzi and for the Nkumat Basin, so that the planning of water allocation is properly done. We can easily process people that request license from Arasul. Also, we're going to develop the early warning system. We're going to undertake a water feasibility study for the Muveni River Basin. In the Umbiluzi, we do have a potential site for dam. So we're going, based on this project, we're going to undertake a feasibility study. We're going to invest also in strengthening the telemetric system, the water monitoring infrastructure. And also we are going to implement a water protection. This is watershed management with strong emphasis into water protection for areas of recharge. So these studies actually will come with proposal on how we're going to deal with those kind of things. Yeah. We are going to implement under the financial sustainability. We're going to look into the cadastry of water users. We're going to implement a pilot studies for water metering. We are not doing that water metering in bulk water management. Normally that is being done in water supply. So here we're going to introduce is a pilot where we want to meet the bulk water consumptions, but also we're going to digitize our process. We've developed an app that we invoice and also we make available mechanisms for the people to pay, for the water tariff. Because one of the challenges that RSUL have, especially on groundwater and also on small users, for surface water supply, is that normally the bill, the amount of money that they have to pay, for water, the water tariff, I will call it. It is so small that first of all, it's so small, and the second issue that we have is that we don't have areas, available areas for them to go and pay, because normally they have to go to a bank, they have to travel, longer distance to make the payment. So that's why the level of recovering, of payment from the customers is quite low. So one of what we are doing, we are leveraging technology. We've developed an app that we use to invoice, and they can use, to pay using, those M-Pesas and those, mobile, means of payment. So with that, the idea is to reach mostly the people that use groundwater, which is a great number in the areas of thousands of people that now they don't pay. With this app, the idea is to increase the number of people that are going to pay, so that we can increase the sustainability of our operations. Also, under this project, luckily, we are going to build a new headquarters for RSUL. Those that know RSUL and they've climbed those 7 floors, they know how difficult it is. So with this project, we are going to likely have a new project. We do have a women empowerment, resources also to look into the gender and so on. And we do have a young training of intern. Those are going to be paid. There is a resource, to have those youngsters that are coming out from the university for them to enter, and then we're going to pay for 1 or 2 years, train them so that later we can formally hire and then stay in RSUL. So mostly this is the first project. Is mostly a softer project looking into capacity training, but also developing our resource. As I indicated, is close to $10 million in terms of the resource. The second project is the climate resilience project. This is mostly a project where we're going to invest in infrastructure, in big infrastructure. This is a national project, and RSUL is part of that. This project will fund not only RSUL, but will fund RSCentro and other and the Ara North, and it is being managed at the National Directorate of Water Resources. But Ara Sul, the area of Ara Sul, where Ara Sul has jurisdiction, some of the activities are going to be implemented there. So we're part of that. So in terms of the specific objectives, the project will try to augment storage in some of the infrastructures, not all in Ara Sul, but also in Ara Centro and Ara Norte. It's going to reinforce the monitoring infrastructure, telemetry, and also the transmission system, and training our young engineers. There is also, again, institutional development component under this project, and also we're going to review. Some of the legislation that we have, like our water law. Water law dates back to 91. So we are going to try to make some revision. As I indicated here, this project is $125 million. Not all of these is going to be invested in the scope area of Ara Sul, but close to 40% of these resources are going to be implemented in our areas of jurisdiction. As I indicated, a national water law is going to be revised. We do have the national hydrogeological map is going to be updated, and we're going to increase the scale. Is going to be 1 to 250,000. In terms of the scale, we are going to rehabilitate some of the dikes in order to reinforce, the flood, protections. We're going to rehabilitate a number of dams that we have. And also, as I indicated, we're going to invest in the monitoring infrastructure. In terms of the dikes, in terms of the modelings, actually, we are going to develop the modelings of the shockwave of the Limpopo Basin. Also, the project will develop the inundation maps, and also we are going to establish and reinforce the early warning systems, and also the establishment of a risk reduction strategy. This is going to be done in collaboration with the Disaster Management Institute. In phase 2 is where I'm sorry. We are going to, as I indicated here, we're going to rehabilitate. We're going to construct an auxiliary spillway at Kurumana Dam. Those who know the Kurumana Dam, we are going to construction an auxiliary spillway. There will be rehabilitation of the Pequenos Libombos Dam in terms of rehabilitating the hydromechanic equipment, but also the civil infrastructure within in that dam. Massageiro also is going to be object of rehabilitation. The Moamba Major Dam, we're going to undertake a detailed design, and after that we're going to source for funds for constructions. And as indicated, we are also going to rehabilitate the dikes. So this project is ongoing. As indicated for the dikes, we are finalizing now the elaboration of the feasibility studies, and the tenders, they will go out sometimes during the month of December, next month, tenders will go out. And also for the Kurumana Dam, the auxiliary spillway also, sometimes later this year or early next year, I mean, the tenders will go out. So those are the two big, I mean, projects that we have at Tarasul that will reinforce, I mean, our capacity, but also likely we're going to invest in some of the infrastructure. Thank you.
Obrigado pela apresentação. Portanto, chegamos ao fim das apresentações deste painel. Queria, neste momento, anunciar um fundo de tempo de até 20 minutos. Já vamos com o tempo a fugir. Portanto, temos 20 minutos, queremos encorajar a participação das mulheres e jovens, portanto, no debate. E, dito isto, devolvo a palavra à plateia, tanto para interagirmos. Temos 20 minutos. Obrigado. Quem quiser falar pode levantar a mão. Temos uma equipa de apoio, tanto que vai circular com os micros, que é para podermos interagir. Obrigado.
Speak. Okay. All right, thank you. My name is Tembeka Nkambole. I'm from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I just have, okay, thank you so much to all these brilliant presentations. But the question that I have is based on the last speaker, is on water pricing. I've got two questions that I have for you. The first one is on the differentiation. How did you differentiate the surface water and groundwater tariff? I'm quite interested in finding out the modalities that you worked on. And then still on the second, on the same subject, you also mentioned the issue of lack of willingness to pay from the water end users. I just want to find out how was your engagement with the end users? Because as water practitioners, we tend to have this tendency of not prioritizing the end user of water when we make our decisions. Yet these guys, they play a major role in terms of informing us how we are supposed to manage our water resources. So thank you so much. Those two questions, thank you.
Thank you. I have a small question for the water supply Lomasha and the Namasha. At operational level, I want to know how we're going to work, because I noted that is a project that is developed close to the border. I don't know if the pump station are in one side or another side, just small details to understand at operational level how the project will gonna work. Thank you.
Okay. Afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the presentations. Very interesting indeed. Just on my side, it's about the financing. With the Mbanda project, the financing model was very clear. Your triple P kind of finances, and also impressive that it actually takes into account the maintenance, post the project construction, that we are talking about things like that. It's very good, because sometimes it's where we lack. But on the Nomaasha project, the funding model was not discussed, and maybe if we can just get a bit of that to have an understanding of that. And my last question is just from GCF. Very interesting funding models that you have. But I would have liked to see an overview of the funded projects that you have already, and largely in terms of, project management of this post-funding being granted, and also on, repayment strategies that you then engaged on, and where you have, the projects have been completed, success rate of repayments on these projects, if any. Yeah, but just lastly as well, when you said that they work well if there's collaboration of these projects from the various countries, and I just wanted to find out if location really plays a role in where the project would be situated. Okay, thank you very much.
Can I go first? Sorry, I was waiting for quite a long. Good morning, everyone. My question goes to the presentation on GCF funding, access to funding. And the thing is, like, recognizing that it's not possible to plan in development without thinking about climate change. And we also understand that there's the planning or process on climate change activities, like the preparation of national adaptation plans, NDCs, and so on. They're not coordinated among the countries. And that limits the access to funding. That's at least what I understood from the presentation, and it's also like an unquestionable thing. How are you, what are you planning to ensure that the national planning, including preparation of NDCs and national adaptation plans, are coordinated to facilitate the access to climate finance? Because there are different initiatives that I think they're not linked to each other. Now I'm linked with NDC partnership, and this NDC partnership is embedding like national advisors on climate change into the governments, but those advisors are not somehow, it's a challenge still now to make sure that the planning within the country is linked within different countries, linked to facilitate the access to climate finance. And what are you think about? What are you thinking, or how are you thinking about approaching this issue on integrating different planning process within different countries?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tony Sampo. My question goes to Lo Mahas. Pumping a large volume of water might increase the water bill. So on this project, as the project explored using renewable energies, like using your solar pumping in the water management system. Then the second question goes to the last speaker. You spoke about the app that is being used to pay water bill. Is the customer support available through the app if issues arise? Then the other question is that is the customer information secured in the app? Thank you.
Riyad, vamos.
Good morning. My name is Musa Matonsi. I'm from Eswatini, and I represent the Umbuluzi River Basin Authority. I have a big interest on Mbuluzi River. So my question will go to the Namacha Lomahasha project. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Mluli. I really appreciate the way you put it. And I understand the situation of the contractor. When you say they are behind, they are 61% behind. I think as a person who is staying there, I really understand the situation they are facing, because most of the pipeline where they are supposed to dig is rocky, and they are having a difficult time doing that. But my question is based on the capacity of the dam. You talked about a dam that is supposed to be built on the Mozambican side. I'm not too sure whether it's a domestic dam or it will be used for other things. Can you please elaborate on that? Because your presentation, when you introduced the presentation, you said the water is going to be used for domestic use. The last comment I would like to make is about the pumping costs. I know there is a pump that pumps the water to that pipeline. And there is a lot of money that goes onto pumping. As you know, they are using electricity. And I'm wondering how are the two countries, Mozambique and Eswatini, are going to share the expenses of pumping costs in the long term. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Vamos permitir apenas mais uma intervenção e passamos para as respostas.
Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Councillor Phazamisa Mathe, Mpumalanga Province, Ehlanzeni District Municipality. Program Director, let me firstly welcome all the 5 presentations presented before us. Let me start with the last one, the 5th one. The question of investment, especially when it speaks about women. Because if we look at ourselves where we are currently and we count in terms of the question of gender, you will find out that the majority are males. But in some of the presentations we have said that water is being used mostly by women. And I think that is one matter of which I think we need to look at, the question of gender balance. Because really when we talk about the issues which are affecting women, they must be the one who must be at the forefront in terms of dealing with such issues. The question of recognition of our women is very much important. Coming to the first presentation, Program Director, is that one of the question of development and the challenges of which we are facing. Specifically with the issue of our projects not being completed. As we are in here, we are from different countries and we are from different governments. But the question of the political will, because when we say we are representing government, the government must have the interest of the people, the motive forces, the poor and the working class. To say, when we say we have got a project of which we are going to implement, we are implementing it on the basis that there's a need at a certain corner there. And there are people who are saying that they need that particular development because they've got a challenge. But you find out that most of our projects are being incomplete. I'm actually raising this, Chairperson, on the basis that even only if we've got a political will, whereby each and every government is interested to say when a project is being implemented, they want to see the results because there are those who must benefit in that particular project. Because resources have been used. The other issue of which I think is very much important, the question of budgeting when it comes to project development. Because most of our projects are not completed because of the issue of costing of these projects. Because really, when it comes to issues related to research, there should be thorough research to such an extent that when the time comes when the project is being costed, we know exactly what will be the challenges. For an example, where we are seated, if we are going to say that we are going to construct a dam, what is the situation underground? You'll find out there are a lot of rocks and all stuff like that, and finding out that we have already costed because we have looked at the surface. I think these are some of the challenges of which we are experiencing. The last one, Chairperson, of which I wanted to ask, when it comes to the question of funding and the triple Ps, the public-private partnership, what I wanted to know, the question of specific countries which are still prepared to assist in terms of the public-private partnership. Are there any mechanisms whereby we can convince other countries to find themselves in a position to say we are prepared to contribute for the development of those African countries of which still they've got challenges in terms of development? And I wanted to know as to which are those countries of which we feel we can lobby, because I wanted to believe that we still do have a lot of countries who can assist, especially European countries. Because if you look at the countries which are here, since this a program has been started, they are still together with us. But there are those of which I feel and believe that they can contribute in terms of making sure that those issues which are affecting us in terms of development can be addressed. Thank you very much.
Obrigado pelas questões. Eu vou solicitar aos oradores, tanto em ordem de sequência das apresentações, para fazerem os devidos esclarecimentos ou comentários. E quero uma vez mais solicitar a vossa capacidade de síntese, porque já estamos fora de tempo. Obrigado. Please.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think the question I will respond to is the last one that relates to political will and accountability to ensure that if we have a project, it is implemented to the end. So as INMACOM, we are the government. That is why it is important to have these transboundary projects enshrined within the right structure, because when I said this, the project steering committee for the GEF project, for example, those have been appointed by the governments. So there are national focal points. There are also the individual responsible parties that will lead this project. So we are all accountable. And the chain of responsibility is really long. So if one person drops the ball, we are all accountable for that. So we'll be monitoring each other and making sure we move all the way towards ensuring that we deliver as expected. I think that is the one project. Then there's the issue of costing projects to ensure that when you go to implementation, you have done the thorough research. These projects take long. I think when you get to the GCF or GEF, you will notice it takes 2-3 years still defining a project, because that is the whole point of ensuring you do thorough studies, feasibility studies before you fund. It's a waste of time for us, but that's how we view it. But at least when you start implementing, you can't be changing things anymore because you've been doing that planning for a very long time. So we are accountable to what we have signed in the product, and we have to deliver as we have requested. Thank you.
Thank you. Nlomasha Namacha. The first question was on the funding model. GIZ came up with a grant funding of 8 million euros, and the member states had to contribute jointly 10% of that amount. So Mozambique paid 15 million emalangeni, which was at the time an equivalent of 5% of the 8 million. And Eswatini also came up with 15 million emalangeni. The other question was on pump stations. The pump stations are both on the Eswatini side. And then on the Eswatini side, we have the 2.2 megaliter water reservoir, which will distribute into Lomahasha. And on the Namacha side, we have a 5.5 megaliter reservoir, which will distribute into Namacha. So the water will be pumped from Eswatini through the booster stations up to the reservoir in Lomahasha. Now, when the water transfers to Namacha, it will go through a bulk meter. And then the Mozambican utility will pay the Swaziland utility an amount that is equivalent at the time for the cost. The initial study came up with an amount of around $1 per 1,000 liters. This amount was communicated at the stakeholder meetings during the feasibility studies, and all the stakeholders were happy about the amount. They said as long as they have water, because water for the two cities is very hard to come by. The operation is basically from the Swatini side by EWSC. They will be taking care of the costs to pump the water up to Lomahasha. But the payment for the bulk meter will be carried by the utility in Namacha. And I believe that during the talks, during the feasibility study, they came up with an amount that was okay for both sides. And it was discussed that that amount will be adequate to keep the operations going. The capacity of the dam in Namacha, it was studied that it would be about 300 million cubic liters, and it is mainly for potable water and maybe for other uses, but it is mainly for potable water. This water will be pumped to the current treatment plant, which will also be upgraded in phase 2, and it will be pumped to the reservoir in Namacha, and it will be distributed to the in phase 2 distribution network that will be expanded. Also in phase 2, the distribution network in Lomahasha will also be expanded. There was a comment on political will. I believe that the two member states would have not been in a position to raise the 15 million emalangeni each if there wasn't a strong political will between the two countries and a good relationship between the two countries. That is why we came to say that a strong political will make it possible for the two member states to feel the need to raise the amount to have this project started. Without the political will, then the member states would have not been in a position to raise this amount. As you can imagine, most of the infrastructure in phase 1 is built in the Eswatini side. It would be very difficult for a member state to raise that amount that would be mostly going to the neighboring state. And the trust between the two member states is so that in phase 2, Eswatini will do the same and raise the money that will be required to implement phase 2. The dam design, will the feasibility of the dam prove that the dam is feasible to be built. The initial feasibility was made, and the basic investigation, it showed that it is possible to build the dam in Pinde. But that is not to say that this study is adequate. Further studies will have to be made. Thank you.
Answering the question about the construction time of the Pandankwa project, the construction, it will start after the financial close of the project. That will be around 2027. The construction will take 5 years, and in 2032, it will be finalized, the hydropower.
Thank you for that question. I just want to make sure I got it right, because it was multifaceted. The funding models, I think we use quite a number of them. And key, it is based on which area we are operating on, and in particular the conditions, and with different partners, because we are a partner organization and we work through local institutions that facilitates our work. So we build sustenance in our project by making an inclusive participation at a local level. And in most cases, we become the vehicle for how institutions or projects get to access communities. This allows us to come up with funding models that are grounded on communal needs and aspirations. Your question also went into a list of projects. I think we'll make a provision to share the full list, but we are working in a number of countries, about 12 out of the 14 SADC countries, established partnerships, and therefore having several projects at various levels. So with that, I'll make the list available at this to provide for the conference. In terms of success rates, I think that varies. Where we are most efficient is in the water access, where our success rates do get to even 80%. But in terms of some of the sustainabilities, we've rated ourselves around 70%, because the challenges and complexities of the project tend to demand a lot more of the political will, the understanding of communities. And as a result, it becomes challenging to sustain those. But the models are being improved. We're learning, we're improving as we go from project to project. In terms of the repayment, at the moment, I don't have that information. I think I will make sure I'll look for it and share with the conference very soon. I just have asked my supporting team to be able to compute that so that we give very specific results. So please, I'll come back on that one.
Yeah, thank you. On the first one, the first question, it has to do with the difference in terms of the tariffs for the surface and groundwater. Well, they're different, but first of all, in terms of how do we come up with the tariff, is that we first of all we undertake a study where we try to calculate the cost of the cost for providing a good service. I mean, a good water, surface water monitoring, service, and also another for a groundwater monitoring service. So you have different elements of the cost for doing that. So that will combined will come up with the cost, or the number that we're going to propose as a tariffs. That's why, since we have different costs for groundwater and for surface water, we end up having, slightly different numbers. In terms of the willingness to pay, what I was trying to raise here is that we need to have a society should look into the water sector and see that there is a service that we provide to the society. That if that service does not exist, we end up having, problems in disaster, because the flood comes, nobody have provided the warning. We have a high treatment cost for water supply because there is no control in terms of water management. High costs also because there is no transboundary cooperation between member states, etc., etc. So there is a service, and this service, it has a cost. So people should be willing to pay for that cost. But for them to be willing to pay, they should understand that there is a service that is quite necessary and is critical for the society. So this was the issue that I was raising, that we need to disseminate this so that there will be willingness to pay for the service that the water resources makes. In terms of the app, yes, this app has built-in securities in terms of to safeguard the information from the customers, but also to receive complaints, if any, so that our IT team can deal with. And the last one was the issue of the investment and women, the issue of the gender balance. Well, in this project, the one that I did indicate, we do have a specific budget that was, actually we do have is a monitoring indicator, where at the end of the project, we need to improve close to 10% in terms of women being at the management position. And the challenge is that there is no a lot of women in our soul, to really meet, that indicator. And the problem is the source, is that water resources engineering and this is science mostly activity. And if you go to the university, women don't normally follow, they don't do engineering and so on. So we end up with an imbalanced, workforce. So there is no lot to draw, to in order to fill that criteria. So this is an issue that we need to deal with. That's why we have those funds in that project, try to mitigate, that issue. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Uma salta de palmas para os nossos oradores. Portanto, chegamos ao fim desta sessão, uma sessão bastante produtiva. Quero agradecer aos oradores aqui presentes, ao relator, tanto o Sr. Asher, e convido desde já também para a plateia, portanto, para o pódio. E, por fim, agradecer, portanto, a todos os participantes. Tivemos uma discussão realmente bastante boa e mostra realmente que a necessidade de cooperação, coordenação institucional deve continuar. Portanto, a segurança hídrica vai para além de termos financiamentos para a implementação de vários projetos. Precisamos de falar mais precisamos de cooperar mais. Muito obrigado. Devolvo a palavra ao MC. Obrigado.
Obrigada. E uma salva de palmas ao pódio. Mas antes de sair, como sempre, temos sempre um presente de recordação por terem feito esta sessão. Eu vou pedir ao presidente da REMCO para poder fazer a entrega dos presentes. Enquanto faz essa presença, a entrega dos presentes, vamos à segunda sessão. O almoço está pronto, será servido no restaurante, portanto, levará cerca de 1 hora. Depois da entrega dos presentes, podemos ir ao almoço. A sessão da tarde serão sessões paralelas. Um grupo ficará aqui e outro, preparamos outra sala do outro lado para outra sessão paralela. Então, estão todos convidados para a parte da tarde. Muito obrigada e bom almoço. Uma salva de palmas aos nossos apresentadores.
Nyabuchad wetalgama. Nabuchad wetalganyo. Sayumaya wadu katane. Sayumaya wadu katane.
Okay.
Hey.
Hello? Excuse me. Please, can we call all the delegates to come in? We are already lagging behind time. May we invite all the delegates to join in the conference facility, please? We are going to start very soon. Okay.
Nyabuchad wetalgale. Subangol nyom nyongi kha. Waktu andanyo Layla. Waktu red danyo Layla. Hey. Layla. Layla.
Excuse me, colleagues. Members from the local organizing committee, please help bring all the delegates to the conference hall so that we can start the sessions. The LOC members, please kindly assist, bring all the delegates to the conference facility. And we also, our presenters, may they join us shortly. Thank you.
Nabuchad wetalgama. Wetalgale. Wetalgale.
Let's get secret, please. Let's get secret. We're running out of time. May I have your attention? The session is about to start. May I kindly request that we all settle down? It's a good afternoon to all of you here. All protocols observed. Standing before you is Mr. Tembega Ngambule. I'm from the Kingdom of Swatini. I will be the moderator for this session. From Eswatini, I work for the Spofanini Irrigation District as a water manager. Irrigation District being one of the decentralized institutions mandated by the law to manage water resources within the Maputo Basin. But I'm standing in front of you as a member of the National Water Authority, moderating this session on your behalf. So without any waste of time, I will quickly invite honorable presenters to come to join us in the high table. The session that will be facilitating is on session 3, which is on facilitating transboundary cooperation and governance. It's a very interesting theme that will be focusing. So the presenters, my assumption you're already here. The first presenter who I want to welcome to the high table to join us here in the high table will be Mr. Sabelo Mtsiniso from IMACOM. Sabelo Mtsiniso from IMACOM, can we welcome him? Yes, Mr. Mtsiniso is an admin assistant and in IMACOM. He has got a strong background in accounting and business management and also resource mobilization. He was the first employee of the Secretariat. Can we give him a round of applause to welcome him? Okay, our second honorable presenter who will be joining us here, Mr. Mtsiniso will be presenting on the establishment of transboundary multi-stakeholder platforms. So that is the title of his presentation. The next presenter to welcome to the high table is Mr. Makasa from the National Directorate of Mozambique. Can we welcome him to the high table with a round of applause? Yes, Mr. Makasa, come join your fellow colleagues. Mr. Makasa, as I've mentioned, that he works for the National Directorate of Water Resources in Mozambique. He has a good, strong background in water resources engineering. So he will be presenting to us a very professional presentation, I hope. Thank you. The last speaker to join us here will be Mr. S. Mtunu from IUCMA. Mr. Mtunu from IUCMA, please join us. Yes, Mtunu, he works for the legal services within the INCO Usutu Catchment Management Agency. And the title of his presentation will be climate change, water security, transboundary legal obligation amongst the 3 member states. That's Eswatini, Mozambique, and South Africa. Makasa's presentation will be on the role of citizen science in transboundary water management, lessons learned from the REMCO. So can we give them one last final round of applause? Okay, without any waste of time, ladies and gentlemen, please note all your questions. We are going to give the presenters a chance to make the presentations. Make your notes of your questions at the end of the presentations. we will open it for discussions. And then to the presenters, please stick to time. We are going to be very strict. In the Kingdom of Eswatini, we want to be very strict. Thank you. Can we welcome the first presenter, Mr. Sabelo Msebenzi? Let's welcome him and encourage him.
Brigada, thank you very much, Program Director. As you have named it, my name is Sabelo Msebenzi. Bortat, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for taking your time to listen to me this afternoon. I know that the stomach now are full. Some might feel sleepy, but I think I will not take much of your time, but to share what IMACOM strides regarding the multi-stakeholder platform. I hope that they will make the presentation for those who are far, but I will just share what I prepared. The brief introduction about IMACOM. It's IMACOM and Maputo was formed and established in 2021, November 18. And the formation of the RPO was influenced by SADC protocols, shared water courses of 2000, which advocates for collaboration approach to management of water resources. Now, the IMACOM's mandate, equitable and sustainable management of the water resource of the Ingomati and Maputo Basin, and its membership is the member states from the Republic of South Africa, the Kingdom of Eswatini, and Republic of Mozambique. And one critical activities that this commission is to coordinate the cooperation management of the transboundary water resource and also to mobilize resources to implement projects. We are operating under the size of 46,800 kilometers square, and with the length of the main river, 450 kilometers, and with a population of 2.3 million. Now, the multi-stakeholder inventory and mapping, we, through the assistance of researchers from the IWMI, we did some researches around the multi-stakeholders, who are the stakeholders in the Ingomati. Firstly, we discovered that there is an agricultural sector, where is the primary source of the basin, and then also the reservoirs storage, where member states have increased storage capacity by building new dams since 1980, and more dams are underway. Also, to look at the industry, one of the biggest economic zones in South Africa relies on Ingomati waters. And also we went further to check that there is also water supply, which domestic water supply for Maputo city is also dependent on Ingomati waters. On the stakeholder engagement under Ingomati Basin, we looking at decentralized water management institution in the 3 countries, in South Africa, ICMA, which oversees the stakeholder engagement with quarterly meetings for each sub-engagement. Eswatini, there's also Joint River Basin, which serves as a stakeholder coordination platform for the water sector. And then the 5 RPAs established along the country's major rivers gain grassroots reach through Tingula system and community participation, communication and decision making relating to community issues. In Mozambique, a basic basin committee managed by Arasul with representatives from sectors meet at least twice a year. Now, the rationale for the Ingomati MSP, the Ingomati MSP is to incorporate into an initiated by IMACOM, and the MSP is to serve as an important transboundary governance mechanism. Also is to ensure long-term stakeholder participation in decision-making and foster equitable, effective water governance and cooperation. Also to ensure legitimacy, buy-in, effective and long-term success of transboundary programs and promote compliance. Also to incorporate local knowledge and data in the implementation of programs. Also to inform decision makings from the member states. Also to promote transparency and trust in terms of the agreements that the member states have agreed upon. There is a core design of transboundary MSP for the Ingomati. Its activity aim is to support Ingomati in the design of an MSP for Ingomati. The key progress in 2023, reviewed, synthesized documents, learned from practice of MSP in other shared basin, engage in the Ingomati to understand the concept, foster the key discussion at REMCO 2023 conference on potential linkages between IMACOM and REMCO. We have got some learnings from 3 basins, Mekong Basin state-based MSP, which deals with stakeholder voices channeled via national governments. And also they deal with MRC, responsible for stakeholder engagement strategy and inclusive development. We also looked at Nile Basin, which is semi-autonomous, is MSP, funded by international donors, and it has normalized the relationship between transboundary communities. And then we also looked at Zambezi, which is ZAMCOM, and on national level, there is also MSPs and watercourse wide MSPs, rules and procedures for data and sharing. And when we're conceptualizing the role of basin MSPs, we are looking at a provision of structured and informal mechanisms to channel the voices of non-government stakeholders, a smaller committee for regular consultations, a broader forum for wider annual stakeholder engagement like these ones. Our MSP organ, we have the 3 member states, Eswatini, Mozambique, South Africa, where 2 members from each member states are part of the MSP organ. And also we have include the stakeholders, the ICMA, 2 from CMAs, which is ICMA 2, JRPA 2, and Arasul 2. And then also we are still working on the strategic partners that we can also include a maximum of 7 from maybe the agricultural sector, from the youth sector, from the academias, to be part of the process of the running of this program of MSP. And of course, it's under the responsibility of the executive secretary. So there are guidelines that governs the multi-stakeholder platform, and is to facilitate stakeholder communication and participation, hold MSP committee meetings twice per year, and also to hold MSP forums once a year, like having conferences, provide advice to the country national water management institutions, the CMAs and IMACOM as well, communicate outcomes of meetings to IMACOM where the technical steering committee can make decisions, and also communicate important and urgent deliberations to relevant IMACOM task team under the Secretariat, and also to undertake biannual stakeholder engagement and assessment reports. So the responsibilities of the members that sits on the multi-stakeholder platforms is the executive secretary who will deal with the arrangement of agendas and meetings. And then the stakeholders and communication specialist is to handle the multi-stakeholder logistics, coordinations, if there are events, and seek some funding opportunities. And all members then participate in the annual meetings that the platform will have. So we have some budgets. We are looking for funding to take care of this platform. And we, for the year 2026 to 2027, we have a provision from Jeff to push this activity, where Jeff is used to assist at least around 48,000 USD, and also other programs like stakeholder communication. Jeff has provided the funding so that we hire a communication specialist that will assist to push this activity. And also we are looking for co-financing from member states, from stakeholders to support this initiative. This MSP is not something that we are just talking about from paper. A decision was taken by the Technical Steering Committee to establish this platform in its meeting in July 2025. Now it is a process to start to develop the activity plan for this platform. And then REMCO, as we are today, will continue to be part of IMACOM's mandate in terms of engaging stakeholders in the transboundary. So we'll continue to work together. And then if any other activities that are happening around the engagement of stakeholders, REMCO, we believe that will be our vehicle to push the mandate of engaging our stakeholders. And also details and core financing modalities in terms of organizing events. I think that will be discussed and agreed upon in future. And then we, as IMACOM, we recognize that REMCO has organized this activity, and we are very happy to be part and to be a co-convener of this initiative and for today's conference. I thank you, Program Director. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mtseniso from IMACOM, for the insightful presentation. I will now can we give him a round of applause? Thank you. Let's welcome our next esteemed presenter, Mr. Makasa, who will be presenting on the role of citizen science. Thank you.
Bem, muito obrigado a todos e desejo uma boa tarde a todos. Eu vou fazer uma apresentação sobre Citizen Science na Bacia de Limpopo. Talvez antes de apresentar-me, mais uma vez, chamo-me Ismênio Macassa, sou formado em Engenharia de Recursos Hídricos e Ambiental. Sou da Direção Nacional de Gestão de Recursos Hídricos, porém estou aqui em representação da REMCO, que me confiou essa tarefa de fazer essa apresentação. Bom, conforme eu disse na apresentação, conforme eu disse, o tema é Citizen Science na Bacia do Limpopo. Vamos passar para outra slide. Bem, aqui temos a estrutura da nossa apresentação, que em princípio vamos ter 6 tópicos, não é? Vamos falar um pouco sobre a introdução, uma breve introdução, e depois teremos uma breve introdução. Vamos falar depois da Citizen Science na Bacia do Limpopo. Vamos ver algumas experiências que foram desenvolvidas no âmbito de Citizen Science nos países que fazem parte da bacia. Vamos ver alguns resultados que foram alcançados até então. Depois, vamos ver quais são os benefícios de Citizen Science e, por fim, vamos ter umas breves conclusões e caminho a seguir. Bem, conforme eu dizia, nós vamos falar um pouco sobre a Citizen Science, se calhar só para contextualizarmos, dizer que a Limcom, em parceria com os seus parceiros, que todos nós conhecemos, está a desenvolver uma plataforma que é o Digital Twins, portanto, que baseia-se, de certo modo, na inteligência artificial e um dos elementos, uma das ferramentas que se utiliza lá também é a Citizen Science. Se calhar posso tentar aqui resumir o que é isso de Digital Twins, talvez algumas pessoas possam não saber, mas creio que todos sabem. Estamos a desenvolver uma plataforma que tenta representar, uma plataforma virtual que vai tentar representar o comportamento do rio, não é? Portanto, e temos aqui o nosso tema que está relacionado a Citizen Science, que basicamente isto significa que nós vamos incluir cidadãos que não são cientistas taxativamente assim de recursos hídricos, mas eles também vamos procurar envolver esses cidadãos, refiro, por exemplo, as comunidades, para poder fazer a ciência. Portanto, voltamos àquela questão da integração, a gestão integrada, por exemplo, dos recursos hídricos. Eu penso que isto é uma ferramenta muito importante quando falamos dos aspectos da gestão de recursos hídricos. Nesse âmbito, em agosto e setembro de 2025, foram desenvolvidas algumas formações e também algumas pesquisas em quase toda a bacia do Limpopo. O principal objetivo dessas ações era capacitar os formadores de Citizen Science e procurar também envolver a comunidade neste processo da criação desta plataforma. Portanto, no âmbito dessas atividades, houveram treinamento, por exemplo, em Citizen Science, que basicamente foram treinados os formadores em ferramentas de como monitorar, por exemplo,
o comportamento da bacia, assim como as questões da qualidade de água. Nesse processo, todos os países integrantes da bacia, que fazem parte da comissão, receberam algum material de apoio para a monitoria e avaliação da qualidade de água. Portanto, aqui temos, por exemplo, neste slide, nós trouxemos isto. O tema dizia que é o papel de citizen science na bacia do Limpopo, mas nós preferimos aqui colocar como experiências aprendidas neste processo. Portanto, aqui esta experiência da formação que foi realizada em Botsuana, que foi o primeiro país a beneficiar-se deste treinamento. São algumas imagens que demonstram, por exemplo, vemos aqui nesta mais para baixo, o pessoal aí a tentar usar o tubo de claridade, que permite mais ou menos para ver o nível de turbidez do rio, e temos outras experiências que estão relacionadas, por exemplo, com a questão da velocidade, não é a placa de velocidade para medir a velocidade do rio. Portanto, no total, participaram 15 pessoas, dentre jovens, estudantes e membros da comunidade, e isso decorreu entre os dias 11 a 13 de agosto. A seguir, vamos ver aqui também algumas fotos, umas evidências que mostram as atividades que foram desenvolvidas neste âmbito. Esta experiência da África do Sul decorreu entre os dias 15 a 17 de agosto. Basicamente, todos os países tiveram o mesmo treinamento que tem a ver com o monitoramento e a questão da qualidade do rio. Temos aqui também a experiência do Zimbábue. Conforme podemos ver, as imagens retratam por si, são as mesmas atividades, ou foi o mesmo treinamento que foi realizado em todos os países. Esta experiência teve lugar no dia 8 a 10 de setembro e estiveram lá envolvidas cerca de 29 pessoas. Bem, esta foi a experiência de Moçambique. Por acaso fiz também parte do treinamento. Só olhando para esta foto, estamos lá. E, bom, eu posso, se calhar, falar um pouco mais em relação a esta experiência de Moçambique, porque eu estive lá. Foi uma experiência muito interessante e tivemos sessões paralelas onde começamos a discutir questões até indígenas sobre algumas crenças ou alguns mitos em revolta à questão dos recursos hídricos ou em relação à bacia do Limpopo. Portanto, foi uma experiência muito interessante e eu acredito que é um bom exemplo, é uma boa experiência por seguir, porque realmente integra, fortalece a colaboração entre os países, entre a comunidade, as entidades governamentais e, portanto, eu penso que é uma experiência bastante interessante. Como resultados esperados ou alcançados, nós foram formadas cerca de 100 participantes, não é? Então, portanto, nós vimos que houve uma maior conexão entre o governo e as comunidades. Portanto, estamos a fortalecer aqui a questão da gestão de recursos hídricos. Houve também umas pesquisas, que existiram incentivos. Um dos incentivos é essa doação que foi feita, por exemplo, em relação aos equipamentos que nos foram fornecidos. E também sentimos que houve inclusão e aprendemos também sobre as práticas locais das nossas comunidades. Como perspectivas, peço para voltar para o slide. Como perspectivas, nós esperamos que com esta formação a gente esteja preparados para fortalecer as parcerias transfronteiriças, não é? E garantir a sustentabilidade dos nossos rios ou da nossa bacia, promover relatórios conjuntos em áreas de conservação e também nós esperamos que estamos no bom caminho para a questão da equidade do gênero. Alguns benefícios do Citizen Science, como estávamos a dizer antes, é que ela apoia o monitoramento ambiental. De que forma? Nós dissemos que na Citizen Science nós estamos a convidar atores que não são diretamente gestores de recursos hídricos a participar neste processo. Então, desta forma, nós estamos a sentir que vamos melhorar a qualidade da nossa monitoria. E automaticamente estamos a dizer que vamos ter mais cobertura espacial e temporal em termos de dados, não é? Para evitar as lacunas. Também vamos fortalecer a governação participativa. Estava-se aqui a falar, ou ultimamente nós falamos não apenas da gestão sustentável, mas também é necessário que seja uma gestão integrada. Eu penso que esta é uma boa oportunidade para podermos caminhar nesse sentido. Também vamos promover aqui a questão da educação e sensibilidade ambiental. Portanto, mesmo aqueles atores que não tinham, se calhar, um interesse nessas matérias, com base no Citizen Science, eles facilmente começam a se sentir parte do processo. Como conclusões e caminho a seguir, nós sentimos que houve muito engajamento das comunidades, isso acho que as imagens mostraram nos slides. Também nós sentimos que houve uma capacitação mais prática. Dizia-se ontem, numa das apresentações, que geralmente quem interage dia após dia com a bacia é quem está no local, são as comunidades locais e não nos gabinetes. Então, nessa perspectiva, nós sentimos que nós potenciamos essas comunidades em termos deste processo de gestão de recursos hídricos. Uma outra oportunidade que nós tivemos é a integração tecnológica. Portanto, hoje em dia, quando nós falamos da gestão integrada dos recursos hídricos, é muito importante termos em conta as ferramentas digitais. Por exemplo, agora usa-se muito a inteligência artificial, que é uma ferramenta poderosa para poder auxiliar nesta questão de gestão de recursos hídricos. E também sentimos que houve um fortalecimento em termos de parcerias, tanto a comunidade com as instituições de gestão de recursos hídricos, e isso é um passo muito fundamental, conforme estamos a dizer. Agora, o que nós esperamos nos próximos tempos é que haja mais apoio em termos logísticos, haja mais estágios, mais bolsas e novas formações para os novos cientistas de água, não é? Para que a nossa gestão seja mais inclusiva. Bem, por fim, antes de fechar a minha apresentação, só queria deixar aqui um slogan que a gente usa, que nós sempre dissemos que seja um agente de mudança, não importa o setor onde estiver, todos podemos ser heróis. Portanto, este é um slogan que nós usamos numa outra associação que nós temos, que tem a ver com a questão dos recursos hídricos. Muito obrigado.
Obrigado, thank you, Mr. Makasa. Siyabonga kakhulu. I'm sure we are loading our questions. Could we join me in welcoming the last presenter, Mr. Mtunu from IUCMA, who will be talking about the legal obligations. Thank you.
Ngiyabonga Msuthu. Good afternoon, colleagues. What was I doing? Colleagues, it's always difficult to speak science in a room full of scientists if you are just a lawyer like myself. So please bear with me. Law can be boring at times, so you just need to spice things up. I'm going to be speaking to the impacts of climate change on water security and transboundary water obligations. What does this thing not? Can you go straight to the next slide, please? So I'm going to provide a very high-level summary of what's contained in my paper. And like I said, I'm speaking science, so you'll forgive me if I'm wrong in asserting that. I think everyone here in this room can agree that climate change has altered hydrological regimes across Southern Africa, just like it's doing across the world. And our region faces intensified droughts and floods due to this. Now, in my paper, I examine how climate change challenges international law, water law principles, because although it's not something new, it's an emerging field of study, and because it affects different aspects of academia and practice, it also affects international law, water law principles, and how it also affects existing transboundary agreements in our region. More particularly, I then examine the comprehensive agreement of INMACOM, which seeks to align with climate adaptation under international law. Next slide, please. Now, just to give a very, again, brief summary of the institutional context, we have learned that there was the 2002 tripartite interim agreement, a very famous agreement which existed for almost 20 years, which was anchored in by the SADC protocol. After the 19 years in which it existed, finally there was a formation of INMACOM, as the colleague has said, in November 2021. And since then, there has been negotiations and deliberations over a comprehensive agreement. So we speak to the questions about the anticipation of its signature dates, the anticipation of its effective dates, and what will that lead us as a region to. Next slide, please. Now, again, this is a bit of science in which I may be wrong, but I think we all also remember the floods of 2023 in the Maputo Basin, which caused major damage and exposed our gaps in our early warning system. And because of the climate, the changes in the weather, we have recurrent droughts in our basin, and those droughts, they strain the water allocations within the region. Now, also, emerging data suggests that climate models project more intense rainfall variability, which complicates equitable water sharing. Next slide, please. Now, because of this emergence of the new information that we are having on the impacts of climate change, it then affects long-standing water law principles, international law water principles, which now become under stress. And some of the questions that we ask, we first established that there are three predominant principles under international water law, which are equitable and reasonable utilization, the no harm rule, and the duty to cooperate. Now, although these are long-standing principles under international water law, this new phenomena comes across as challenging to them. And when we look at the equitable and reasonable utilization principle, we understand that climate-driven scarcity may complicate fair allocations.
We also understand that when it comes to the no harm rule, upstream actions, an example of dam releases, may worsen downstream flooding, because you find that in an instance where there's been a high rainfall in a particular upstream area, it may require those in the upstream to release some dams, and that may worsen flooding in the downstream areas. The duty to cooperate is also affected as a principle because of the lacking need to have the uneven data sharing and the need to close those capacity gaps in order to close the weaknesses in adaptive governance. Next slide, please. Okay, while we wait for the next slide. Now, I then identify the tripartite interim agreement of 2002, which was, as I've said, aligned with the SADC protocol and was tailored to the local basins. Now, that was a good step forward. It also established a joint institutions and cooperative mechanisms, which was also a step forward. Now, I've identified in my study that there were other factors of it which were not going forward. In fact, they were actually going backward. And that was, is it working now? Is it working? Okay, thank you. That was the fact that it was in its nature interim and designed in a static manner that lacked a climate adaptive mechanisms as a legal instrument. It also did not take into account uneven institutional capacity among the riparian nations which had entered into it. And in that instance, I then think about the famous principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, which we'll come back to later. Now, lawyers, environmental lawyers, international law lawyers, and water law lawyers alike should be a different kind of lawyers because climate change and the environment has changing needs all the time. Now, the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties does allow for this. It allows for the interpretation which considers evolving circumstances across the globe. So it is a perfect instrument on which our local transboundary legal obligations should be premised on. It enables the reallocation of resources during extreme droughts or floods. It promotes also the procedural flexibility to some extent, while still maintaining the legal certainty which is required under law. But the question which begs for concern is whether the comprehensive agreement, which is yet to be signed and come into effect, allows for this to the extent that the Vienna Convention allows. Now, on studying and analyzing further the agreement, I have established that there are clauses, there are sufficient clauses. An example of Article 4 of the Comprehensive Agreement, which speaks about the principle of equitable and reasonable allocation. Article 5, speaking about the prevention of significant harm. And Article 6 and 9, which speaks about the duty to cooperate. Article 6, specifically speaking about the planned measures, one country having to inform the other of their planned measures, and the need and obligation that is created on data sharing. Now, having found that it is sufficient in those, I have recommended some further reforms in the agreement, which I believe will align it more with the needs which have been brought by climate change in this 21st century. The first and foremost is sensitive because it speaks to it speaks to the revenue of each particular country member to the agreement. And, you know, countries determine their own fiscal policies. But my first suggestion is that there be established a joint basin resilience fund, which will speak directly to the emergencies and incidents related to climate change, so that we ensure that we do not only adapt, but we ensure that we are resilient to the floods and the droughts that are brought about by climate change. Another thing is to revise the dispute resolution mechanisms. if you look at Article 18 of the agreement, the draft agreement, it is very elaborate on how these particular parties will address their disputes should they arise. But however, it fails to create a mechanism within which disputes can be resolved easily and rapidly during an incident or during an emergency that's brought about by climate change. So there might be a need to revise those. Others are really other rights-based and equity considerations. I've identified that perhaps it needs to prioritize vulnerable communities more. It speaks about environmental impact assessments across the three jurisdictions, for lack of a better word. However, it doesn't speak about the social impact assessments, which I believe should then inform the reallocation decisions. I've also identified that the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities is not adequately espoused in the agreement. I mean, it is a reality that our three countries face different challenges. It is also a reality that the resources that are allocated to each individual members are not the same. So if we are to embody this principle of especially the parts about respective capabilities in the agreement, we are then saying that notwithstanding the fact that we all have common obligations, we all have common responsibilities, we acknowledge the fact that some of the member parties to this agreement may not have the capabilities that one member has. So in conclusion then, I then recommend that the agreement should enable adaptive allocations. I reiterate the fact that they should be financed based on resilience mechanism, that we should establish a climate crisis dispute resolution pathway over and above the dispute resolution mechanism that already exists. And that we should integrate a human rights and a social justice centered approach in adaptation planning. And also consider the CBDR and RC principle, which is, I have explained, it looks into the fact that we have common interests, but we have different capabilities as respective members of the agreement. And that will be the end of my address. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Obrigado, siyabonga, Mr. Mchuno. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had the insightful presentations. I'm sure we have loaded our questions. But before I open the floor for questions, I would like to acknowledge, I forgot to acknowledge my colleague, Sandy Lepembe, who's also helping us in taking notes for this session. Can we encourage him with a round of applause? He's sitting somewhere. And also my colleague from the National Water Authority of Eswatini, Simpiwe, Magi Simpiwe Dlamini, is sitting over there. Can you also encourage her with a round of applause? Yes, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time for the questions. I'm sure the mics there rolling somewhere. Please, you introduce yourself and then you ask the question, then you give to the next one, then we'll give the presenters the chance to respond to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Gideon Siziba, Department of Water and Sanitation, the Republic of South Africa. I've got questions for the first presenter and the last presenter. As for the first presenter is with regards to the MSP vis-a-vis the REMCO. Why do you go about creating a new will if there is an existing one? Why do you create an MSP if there is REMCO? Why can't be mechanisms to adopt REMCO so that it can be as a Inmacom, what's the name, MSP, so that you don't have parallel structure. For as long as you have parallel structures, you'll be like government. There won't be anything happening. That's for the first one. The second one is for the legal presenter. If he can clarify on the TIA, he mentioned of a document called the TIA from the top of his mind, if he can remember. But I presume he speaks about the IMA, which is the Interim Inco Maputo Agreement. Please correct that one and confirm that one. But I don't want to talk about that one that much. What do you say about the RIWIC? What do you say about the response which was signed on the same year, which is 2002? Can you give us a critique on that one? The RIWIC, which is the response and the exchange of the water quality and information, the response and exchange on the water quality. So please give us, there were two treaties which were signed in the same year, same place, but you're talking about one which you need to either confirm whether it's the right one. If it is, talk about the other one. Thank you very much.
More hands? We also encourage the youth to ask questions. There is one Nyambose, there is Langobo Israel, Dr. Ndlovu. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Appreciation to the presenters. Mine is not really a question, but it's just a challenging comment, Mr. Mkono. I'm interested, vested interest in climate change. You spoke to a principle of reasonable and equitable sharing of a resource. So mine's just to say, we see climate change underscoring the need for adaptive governance, whereby we have robust, flexible, and we implement adaptive mechanisms. However, from my experience with the IMA, which is your Interim Inco Maputo Agreement, which is as old as 2002, there are changes on the ground. There are changes socially, environmentally. All right, and our main challenge, I think, in this room is the legal part or the legal arm taking time to catch up with the changes on the ground, such that then it ends up with conflicts from the sharing parties. So I think mine's just to challenge the legal aspect of things to help us catch up with what climate change is forcing us to do, being adaptive, flexible, robust, and ensuring that we are ready for the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Katie Ngobo from COBA. My question is to the third speaker. You spoke of recommendation for part of the recommendation, social impact assessment to inform reallocation decision. So now I'm thinking already the basin is almost fully allocated. So the reallocation, are we going to take water from the current assigned users to give to other users that might need, which would be maybe informed from the social impact assessment? And then additionally, I'm thinking this recommendation, does it come with a recommendation to increase storage within the basin, maybe building more dams to actually supply the needs or the demands that we may find from the social impacts assessment study? Yeah, I think that's what I wanted to ask. Thank you.
My question will be directed to Mr. Mkunu. I looked at your presentation there and I saw an aspect of the tripartite agreement of 2002, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm thinking with climate change going on, are there like periodic reviews of the agreements specifically focusing on the extreme weather events that we experience? You spoke of dam releases. I think we should have clear operational agreements, because I think I attended one meeting, South Africa and Eswatini by Mkonvo, and I think those are reactive measures. So if we have clear operational agreements, I think we'll have a more a clear way forward in terms of our operations. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Facilitator. I'm Iben Shongisa from the Limpopo Watercourse Commission Secretariat based here in Maputo. So my question or point of clarification or to unpack further goes for the third speaker, where you made reference to the 3 rules of the international water law. I just want you elaborate a bit further, especially with regards to the rule number 2, so the rule of the no harm rule. So I wanted to figure out to what extent those rules are really enforceable, so that when we identify the culprit, so to speak, the one who is violating, corrective measures could be in place, could be put in place to rectify the situation. In some countries, you know, you have the nation, but you have private actors. So who is held accountable in a situation like that? Could be driven by national policies, but it could be an intervention that creates harm from a single individual or a single factor or farming practice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. There's one more. I think. Let's give her another mic.
Meu nome é Marta de Jesus. A minha questão vai para o último orador, o senhor Dulo. Falou de um fundo de resiliência da bacia conjunta, que é um mecanismo de resolução de conflitos. A minha questão é, esse fundo irá incluir apoio às comunidades em caso de cheias ou é apenas para a gestão de bacias?
Okay, thank you, audience. I think now, maybe before I give the presenters the chance to respond to these questions, I haven't heard of any question directed to Mr. Makasa. We need to practice democracy here. We need questions for Mr. Makasa. He was presenting a very important subject, role of citizen science. Do we have any questions with relation to that? I see a hand. Okay, thank you. Let's take it.
Thank you very much. My name is Andre Moyan from Inmako. My question or comment goes to the second speaker, Mr. Makasa. He was presenting a very important topic about citizens and science. And he has shown some experiences from Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique. And concerning the Limpopo Basin in Mozambique. What would be my question, or what I'd like him to explain or to assist was that from his experience on this journey, how would you think you can bring this experience to the in Makong women and youth movement? How to transfer this so that we can also use or take this opportunity to apply it and in Kumate, Maputo, Mbulu's Basins. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You've been a wonderful audience. Without waste of time, I will hand over the mic to the presenters. They will answer the questions in relation to what has been asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Mine is one question, and this question is very simple. To say MSP is much broader than REMCO. Remember that in Mukomat is formed by governments. And then the REMCO is the stakeholders in the 3 member states who came together looking for collaboration and working together and sharing some information. Now, on the establishment agreement of the IMACOM, the Technical Steering Committee has the mandate to set up forums where it can engage its stakeholders as governments. And beyond that, IMACOM went further and developed its strategy to say we also need to have a platform where we'll engage more than the activities that are done by REMCO. Thirdly, government wants to do with legislations, agreements, something that we have agreed upon. Now they have agreed, the member states, to say we must have a multi-stakeholder platform. We're not coming to overrule REMCO because REMCO, as stakeholders, came together with a certain mandate and a certain mission. But as IMACOM, as part of multi-stakeholder forum, will continue to support such initiatives because they also helps in the water resource in the management of the 2 river basins. So it's to say it's a mandate of the Commission to continue to engage beyond the activities of REMCO. So there are a lot of stakeholders. That's why there's a lot of engagement and stakeholder mapping on that one. So I will just simply say the multi-stakeholder is an activity that is formed by the 3 member states governments to say this is the way we are going to collaborate with all the stakeholders, including the CMAs. So yes, it's a legally a platform that has been set by the member states. So we'll continue to work with REMCO, and REMCO are CMAs under the member states. So I don't think we have some conflicting engagements there. Thank you.
Bem, muito obrigado pela questão. Eu acho que é uma questão muito interessante. Bom, se calhar perguntava ao Dr. Moyane como é que nós podemos trazer essa experiência para o IMACOM. Eu penso que já demos o primeiro passo. Se estamos aqui a partilhar as experiências, é que, de certa forma, estamos aqui a tentar criar essas sinergias para podermos, se a plataforma interessar, por exemplo, a Emacom e podermos adaptar para as outras bacias. Mas acredito que os atores, neste caso, a Lemcom, os parceiros que estamos a desenvolver esta plataforma, estão conhecidos, estão disponíveis, creio que estão disponíveis. Pode-se criar encontros para discutir e ver de uma melhor forma como é que podemos implementar ou transferir essa experiência para o IMACOM. Acho que, bom, em linhas gerais, posso dizer isso. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, colleagues. First question. So I used the generic term of tripartite interim agreements because the INCO Maputo is one such agreement. So yes, I was referring to the INCO Maputo agreement, just to clarify that. And regarding the response, so in my presentation, I have identified areas on which this new agreement should bring improvement, but I have not specifically dealt with data sharing. I speak about it in passing, and that is simply because I have not identified it as a weakness in the original 2002 weakness. It was already, as the gentleman has said, immediately after the adoption, there was a response, and in that response, it was identified as one of the key obligations which should be embedded in such an agreement, that there should be data sharing. So it's not a weakness that is existing currently. It has also been adopted in this new agreement. So insofar as data sharing is concerned, I believe it should proceed the way it is, but I have not identified it as a gap in terms of the obligations that ought to be there. And well, Dr. Mhlanga-Ndlovu was just presenting a comment, but maybe just to respond to that comment and say that I have written in another forum that there should be an increase in the training of lawyers and judges insofar as environmental law in general and climate change law in particular, because we come from a history where this is, even though it has been happening for years, but as a phenomenon, it's something novel to most of us. And it doesn't only affect technical aspects, it doesn't only affect science, but we still lack sufficiently trained lawyers who are able to attribute the science behind climate change to the law that should then be implemented. So my solution to that will be, let us train more lawyers in climate-related issues so that those lawyers are able to adapt rapidly and be able to inform the law with the backing of science. The social impact assessments, Mapoloba, I refer to them in my paper as a response to the unprecedented climate crisis. Now, if they are to stay as that such response, then it will not require that we take water permanently from existing water users who have been allocated and allocate them to other users based on what this social impact report determines. What it would do is it would say, we have had an emergency, we have had a crisis which has been brought about by the sudden change in weather patterns. Do we then go back to our communities and analyze and make and come with reports substantiated by science and link them on how these particular phenomena impacts our social functioning in communities. Not to say that permanently we then say we are now engaging in an assessment and we have determined that in fact we had allocated you guys a lot of water from the reserve, we are now taking it, we are putting it here. So we are here speaking in the context of the emergencies which were unprecedented and are being brought by climate change, not entirely in a permanent as a permanent solution, sorry. The peer reviews of the 2002 agreement. So the 2021 agreement it did not just, member states did not just sit down and say, now we want to have a new agreement. Over the past 19 years, the same agreement, the 2002 agreement, has been a subject of critique. It has been analyzed, it has been improved in various manners until such time that, notwithstanding the fact that it was interim in any event, there had to be a final agreement that we all agreed to. But over the years, there has been a lot of analysis, critique, improvements on the original agreements. So I would say those would then qualify as the peer reviews because it was not done by individuals. It was not done by one member state. It was done by the different states. These conferences sitting here, they always referred to the agreement and made improvements to it. So the culmination then of the final agreement in 2021 comes as a result of the peer reviews that had been taking place over these past 2 decades. Clarification on the no harm rule and what extent are these rules enforceable? Now, principally, international law it belongs to a group of law that is called soft law. And it's called soft law because the obligations created by international law are not those created by the so-called domestic law. Now, a practical example is if I go outside here and kill someone here in the Republic of Maputo, I will be charged with murder. I will have to prove my case and say that I did not commit murder. I do not need to sign an agreement with the states of Maputo to say, don't kill someone, otherwise you might be charged with murder. Now, domestic law operates at that level. The obligations are created and they are embodied upon you by the mere fact that you are living in that particular jurisdiction. Now, when it comes to international law, there are principles of international law which we may not deviate away from, such as principles relating to war, principles relating to humanitarianism. But such agreements, such as this one, transboundary agreements, fall under the scheme of the so-called soft law. Now, soft law means that the individual parties to a treaty create obligations amongst themselves. That is why the tripartite agreement or this comprehensive agreement will then have a clause that deals with disputes resolution mechanisms to say that if you do not adhere as a member state to these particular obligations that we created ourselves, these are the recourses that we may have. So traditionally, you are not going to go to the international courts of justice and say, South Africa is not doing this, whereas they have signed this, because that falls squarely outside the jus cogens, the foundational principles of law. But it is an agreement between the two of you. What you will do is you will sue South Africa for not having met their obligations. So that is your remedy to the gentleman that asked, what happens if one member state does not follow the obligations created? The last question was regarding the resilience fund. Again, I appreciate the fact that member states enjoy their sovereignty, they are sovereign states, and whatever fund may be created may or may not impact the fiscal policy of each individual state. But my suggestion is that if indeed the resilience fund is established, it will not be an operational fund to fund the operations of INMACO. It will be as a direct response to the anticipated disturbances in our communities, which may be brought about by the extreme weather conditions. It's not a fund that is going to stay there and say, now that we are arranging a conference, let's take from the resilience fund. It's not for that. It's meant to ensure that the very same communities, vulnerable communities that we seek to protect are indeed protected by financial resources should there be a crisis. Thank you, Mtsutsu.
Oh, thank you so much. That's what I didn't. Can we clap hands? They've done an exceptionally good job. You can see that these are real professionals. As the moderator, I reserved my questions. I also have my questions, but I will ask them during tea break. So can we give the audience a round of applause? You've been a good audience. Please clap your hands. Clap your hands for yourself. All right, we have come to the end of our session. Before you leave, Lizette has got something special for our presenters. While she is making her way in for the end of the presents, I have the following announcements to make. They are coming from the LOC. We will break in for tea. Very short. We're already behind time. So it will be a very short, quick tea break. Then we go into the breakaway sessions. This main room where we are having this session, this is where session 4A will be held. So for those that will be attending the one on ongoing projects and synergies, that will be moderated by Miss Maluma. You will remain in this hall. And then session B, strengthening community-led approaches on transboundary water governance. We will go to room B. David will show us. It's just opposite next door. Otherwise, so much. You have been a wonderful audience. uNkulunkulu anibusise. Amen. Oh, Cindy, you can come over for the handover. Come, Tim, there's something special. Yeah. Mhm. You want to speak something? You don't want to speak. Okay. For the camera, where are the camera people? You guys, oh, thank you. Photo shoot. I'm abusing my powers. Hayi siyabonga kakhulu. Inkosi nibusise. Apologies, Tim. Since we are running behind time, the tea break will be strictly 5 to 10 minutes. Yes, 10 minutes. 10 minutes tea break, then we go into the breakaway sessions. The presenters for the next sessions, please get ready to avoid any delays. Thank you.
Greetings, delegates. Greetings, delegates. LOC, can you kindly assist by getting the relevant delegates back into the hall? Time is not on our side. May we please all have the delegates that will be part of 4A coming back into the hall so that we can start with the proceedings. Do we have all the panelists for 4A in the room? We would like to start with our panel discussion on the interest of time.
It's here.
That is the thing I want to get in. All the panel members are here, but it's not useful for me to start with you guys.
1, 2, and 2.
The panel
Right.
discussion.
Because many people are using the mic.
LOC, may I please get an indication if we have all the panel members in this room who will be part of the panel discussion so that I know if we can start with the session. Okay. Thank you so much and greetings once more this lovely afternoon to everyone that is here, all the delegates. And I will also just like to acknowledge also the protocol that has been established earlier on. And I'd like to say that I observe all protocol. I am Deshia Maruma. I am coming from the South African Local Government Association, which in short we call SALGA, which is an association of local authorities in the Republic of South Africa. So I will be the one facilitating this panel discussion this afternoon, which is our last session for the day. And I would like for us to call upon the various panel members for this panel discussion. Also appreciating Mr. Sengo, he's already here. He's one of our panelists. I'd like to call upon Ms. Dlamini to kindly join us on stage. Ms. Dlamini. You can have a seat close to Mr. Sengo. May I also call upon Dr. Ndlovu to join us as well. Dr. Ndlovu, you can have a seat this side. Thank you so much. May I also call upon the representatives? I'll just need one representative from the IUCN who will also be part of this panel discussion. Can I have a representative from the IUCN to also join the stage? Okay, a representative also from GWP. Kindly join the stage as well. And lastly, a representative from Mamadi International. Kindly ascend the stage as well. Okay. Hopefully the two other representatives will join us as we are starting. I just want us to not lose much time as this is the last session of the day. Thank you so much. And as we are about to begin our session, the theme for this panel discussion, it's financing ongoing projects in catchment management institutions, where we are having our focus areas is on ongoing initiatives, the synergies that can be established, and also the means of financing. So with that, I'd like to welcome all of the delegates that are here, including the panel members that are with us for us to have a discussion on the financing of ongoing projects within the catchment management institutions, with particular emphasis on ongoing initiatives, synergies, and also means of financing. So as we know, the sustainability of our river basins and catchment areas depends not only on sound management frameworks and technical expertise, but critically on consistent, adequate, and also innovative financing mechanisms. So our various catchment institutions, they face mounting responsibilities. And throughout our sessions today, it also speaks to that issues of climate adaptation and flood and drought risk mitigation, water quality monitoring and pollution control, ecosystem restoration and nature-based solution, community-based programs and livelihood protection, also infrastructure maintenance and data systems development. Yet many of these priorities remain underfunded or are dependent on short-term project cycles. So today's discussion, this panel discussion that we are going to have, it aims to surface some practical experiences, some lessons, and also pathways that strengthen financial resilience and foster collaboration across various institutions. So our panel today will have two segments. Hence, we've got quite a number of panelists here. We've got panelists that are from our various institutions, from the various countries, and then we've got our multilateral partners. These are our prospective funders that we will also be speaking to here. So in terms of us having this session, we have questions that I will pose to our panel members, of which the first set of questions will be focused in the first three panelists, and then the last segment will then focus on the other three panelists. So without wasting much of our time, I'd like to go to the first question. I just want to enlarge my screen a bit. Okay, the first question, this is a question that is addressed to Dr. Ndlovu. It's also addressed to Ms. Dlamini and also Mr. Sengo. What ongoing projects or challenges within your institution currently require funding, and what are the key barriers to accessing that funding, whether administrative, policy-related, capacity-related, or donor-driven? So I'll just like to give you at least 5 minutes just to ponder on that question. We'll start with you. Okay, thank you so much. It seems like we will have to do a slight rearrangement. Our first presenter has got a presentation which will speak to the questions that we have here. I'm not sure if it's the same for the other panel members as well. No, oh, okay. So can I then kindly then request maybe the other first two panel members to engage on the questions, and then lastly, we will then allow our other member, Dr. Ndlovu, to then speak to her presentation, which will also respond to the 4 questions that we are asking the other 2 panelists. And on that regard, do I need to give you all the 4 questions at once, or we do it question by question, question by question? Thank you so much. Over to you. Take up the stage and come and present. Or you want to speak, you can. All right.
Yeah. Yes, good afternoon. Now, yeah, I'm going to speak about, we are talking about with my institution, so meaning that I'm going to talk about Rasul, in terms of the different challenges that we have, that they may, I don't know if they, I will broadly speak about challenges that Rasul currently have. I mean, Rasul is a public institution, and it has it's supposed to have fully financial self-sufficiency, and then those resources we are supposed to, I mean, raise them from our different stakeholders, from different water users. Meaning that we as Arasul, we provide the service, different kinds of service. I did indicate in my previous presentation in terms of water quality, protection of water quality monitoring. I can provide them this information to different users, including, I mean, water supply institutions. We provide the service like flood early warning. We also we are part of transboundary, I mean, negotiation, where we use that platform to, I mean, for data sharing, for information exchange, and that strengthen our, for instance, early warning system capabilities. And then for those service to be also we do groundwater monitoring and water surface water management. So we provide a number of service, and for us to properly deliver on our mandate, we need to, raise resources, from different stakeholders. And the first challenge that we have is some sort of structural and cultural, I will call it, because normal water is underpriced, I will say it, especially bulk water. There is no incentive, even political, there is no incentive, to review, prices for bulk water. Our current prices date, they have more than 10 years, since they were issued. So they are completely, out in terms, out of place, I'll call it. So meaning that we struggle in terms of possessing the required resource to provide, to deliver on different, on our mandate, different service that I did indicate here. So that is one of the issue that I would like to raise. We do have another one, which is critical, is human resource capacity. We, for different reasons, there was, I will call it, the different public institutions were not, in order to control, how do you call it, operational cost, they were to withhold, hiring, new technician. That is not only for Arasul, is across the board. And what's happening is that there is no replacement. Meaning that we hardly have new technician coming in, and the older one, they are retiring. So we are in a situation where we have a gap in terms of capacity. For instance, and that's critical for Arasul. Arasul would do manage dams, which are quite sensitive. So you need to have people that are trained to know how the gates operate, how to open the gates in a flat situation. So it's not is a specialized, activity. So those people that know how to do this, they are retiring, but we did not have, a new blood coming in aim to be trained by those that are going out. So we are starting to face and feel, this issue at Arasul. So the other issues we need to leverage, and we are starting to do that, new technology in order to broaden, the people that pay, for the service. Because one of the challenges that we have now is we have a lot of people that they do have a license, they are willing to pay, but there are no mechanism or tools at hand that they can easily pay without a lot of hassles. So, but now we are doing that. We are leveraging the new technology in order to do that. So these will assist, will help us in raising resources that are critical for different activities that we undertake. And also there is another issue that we have, is that in our case, I did write here, disaster-driven financing, is that we only, because there are so little resources from the central government, and there is a lot of competing, demands, there's a lot of competition for the scarce resources. So hardly we have, allocations in time and in the amount is sufficient for us, to undertake different activities. When we have, those allocations when we are in a situation of disaster. So is this, I call it disaster-driven financing, is when, their location into the sector, and we use those small and sporadic, opportunities, to really try to fill different gaps that we have. So those are the different challenges that we have, that naturally they will require some regulatory reforms. And I did indicate in my previous presentation that we are going to review, the water law, and there's a lot of ideas from different experts in the water resource management that are floating around. Let's see if we manage, to put them those ideas into the law, so that we can try, to have a legal framework and the institutional framework to try to slowly, deal with those issues. So those broadly are the issues that I wanted to raise as challenges that we as RSOL we do have. And there is this issue of key barriers to access for the funding. Yeah, I would say that some of those actually they are key barriers. If there is no capacity to deliver, it's very difficult, to have donors to put resources in our organization. Yeah, so those I will stop here. Broadly, this will be my first submission. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honest mistake. My name is Dakona Dlamini. I work for the Joint Revision Authorities Project Board. I work as the Technical Services Manager there. Now, just to give an overview of the institution I work for, like, I won't say any other catchment management agency. We differ from by the fact that we're an institution that looks into mostly water stewardship, governance, and the do-good part of water, the best practice. So we fall short with regards to your infrastructure and the nice projects that usually are seen or are deemed bankable. So as an institution, in as much as we're necessary, but we tend to be deficient in terms of being able to attract some form of financing that will give you a return on investment just the day after, or one that will come in quickly. So just to cite two projects that we're currently having that are in a good space for funding, but are maybe, however, are not tantalizing to the eye that is more into what is the economic value realized the day after investment in that. One is the development of river basin plans. They're much needed. We speak about them at conferencing, regional levels, and so on and so forth. And one thing about developing a basin management plan is that it is a stakeholder iterative process, meaning in as much as you're doing the science, you need to go back, engage people, move together, and that requires some form of financing. One may think, okay, why am I just financing stakeholder participation or management for this project? It's quite wider than that, because when you do your basin planning, not only are you looking into what is the business as usual, what are the issues, how can we amass some form of collaboration so that we're able to have robust documents that will be much relevant to the space. So as you do that, and us, of course, being a young institution, one barrier we seem to have is the specialized skill. As you do that, you need to go then hire one expensive people that will help you with a specialized skill for developing the basin plan. You need to go back to the people so that you have the buy-in. You need to invest in models. You need to invest in data because, like we all know, garbage in, garbage out. So as you try to do that, you realize the amount of money, the amount of time priority that can be monetized as well. And that goes into basin planning or basin development. Then at the end of the day, you find that your timelines are revised over and over again, still trying to get people into buying into the idea without saying, but I see you're working with the basin plan. So that's one topic I'll touch on. Then secondly, we're trying to increase the network of, monitoring stations that we have within our basin. Another subject that doesn't have a quick ROI, but it is much needed within our water monitoring. And it is, if you look into much detail or finer detail to it, a subset of the one that I've spoken to above in terms of the basin planning and management. So the headache is, as you do that, you need to realize some levels of bureaucracy or governance in terms of, at the end of the day, in as much as you're a river basin management authority, wherein lies the mandate or responsibility of making sure that at a national level, we have gauging stations? To what extent are you now stepping into some political pose that may have the buy-in during conversation, but will not give you the access to finance that you require for you to be able to run with the program as you move? So that in itself then kills your agility in terms of making decisions that will sustain what is required within the basins amidst the climate change issues that we're facing. So to some extent, you find yourself having a headache whilst you're doing a project. Thank you.
Keep the mic. You can keep the mic with you, because the next question is also a follow-up on that, to the two panelists to say, having identified the challenges and the barriers, as you have indicated, where do you see potential synergies or collaboration opportunities between institutions to improve financing prospects? I think this refers to the three institutions, but then if we can take Ms. Dlamini first, and then we will then go to Mr. Sengo.
Well, I will admit I do not have the linear solution to this one, but what I've seen to give a nice change, positive change to how we advance things is when we are able to see where we have opportunities in having coherent policies, even if it's at an interministerial level, to now say, in as much as I'm managing a water resource, we all know that what happens within the rivers or the water bodies themselves are a reflection of what happens on the land, basically. So if you are in collaboration and have an aligned a policy, such as, I mean, the speaker next to me did touch on your national adaptation plans. If you have the institutions having a management standard that aligns with the national priorities, that is where now lies an opportunity of funding. Of course, that now goes or cascades into the willingness, the prioritization of institutions in terms of, is this viable for me at that time or at this time or not? And without an overarching voice at maybe, in my context, cabinet level that says, listen, we need some mileage in this space, then it becomes a matter of institution A, institution B, this is what we're doing, and they see the value proposition in what you're saying, but always what boils down to things is, what is the business case here? like I say, you can then take advantage of your national adaptation policy. We can take advantage of how we then do our annual prioritization or maybe strategic prioritization of institutions. But then that in itself has a certain weakness in terms of alignment of prioritizations down the timeline. So that is where the difficulty is, but then there's opportunity. But I'm not going to sit and complain to say, I cannot take the next step because of this one. Open to ideas. This is a panel discussion, but that is where we currently are as an institution. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, myself, I see, opportunities for a collaboration, especially in transboundary area, in disaster risk reduction, for instance. That is key. Is one area. The other is joint monitoring. Some of my colleagues later, I think tomorrow, the day after, they will be presenting, for instance, our monitoring, experience, our telemetric, system, the way we do things, and is an area where, a joint and basin-wide, infrastructure will very much assist in, in disaster reduction, in terms of data building and data knowledge. So those are, and since a joint, easily they can, motivate the ideal candidate for, financing from donors and other institutions. Also, we are entering into the climate space now. So climate resilience is another area where we can build, collaborative, opportunities in order to reduce, to strengthen, different institutions in dealing with the negative impact of the climate.
Okay, thank you so much. I think going to the third question, I'll go back to Mr. Sengo and also Ms. Dlamini. Maybe just for this question in just a minute, because we still have two more questions before we afford the IUCMA to give us a presentation on this. To what extent does stakeholder engagement, that is with reference to your communities, your private sector and local government, how does it influence access to funding? To what extent does stakeholder engagement influence access to funding? Your stakeholders being your communities, your private sectors, and also the different local authorities that you might have within the different countries.
No, I will say that stakeholder engagement is an effective means, to build, appropriation from stakeholders to build support, to a potential, project, and also to inbuild in that project the sustainability. Meaning that the different stakeholders will, move in the same direction. So also it raises our awareness for instance, a certain impact of a certain activity. So stakeholder engagement is critical. In building, the seeds. For financing and ensuring that finance is going to be sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This one is a funny one because usually when we design a project, we like to look into the timelines and the activities and making them run quick as possible. But what we've learned with the concepts that we've developed is that if you don't have the targeted community being part and parcel or having a buy-in within that particular project, because at the end of the day, Mr. Sarichara, that side, on my far left, mentioned yesterday that we manage this resource for people. If the people are not part and parcel of the project that you're introducing within the basin landscape, you're most likely going to defeat the purpose of sustainability. And as well, if you don't have the local ownership, it's more like pouring, sorry for the pun, pouring a drop of water in the ocean, because that will just dissipate immediately you leave the landscape. Then with regards to the bigger stakeholder, the ones that are into industry and production, it's always about value proposition. If you have a project and you do not sell the value of the project to their business, then you're mostly on a wayward scale to not realizing the benefits of the project. They want the value proposition and also a sounding alarm on the water resource management aspect being the catalyst for their economic drive. Then you have some form of leeway there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it remains clear from the inputs received to say community ownership and also value proposition in terms of the other stakeholders remains fundamental in terms of us to get the funds that we actually need. But then now we go back in terms of policy. I think Ms. Dlamini spoke to it also earlier on. But my next question says, what policy or regulatory changes would most significantly improve funding access for catchment management initiatives?
Is there a question that I can choose not to answer because of its political nature? Well, I'll stick to coherent policies. I do not think we should have a one-stop shop. Yes, one-stop shop in terms of, in the cascade of things in Eswatini, you have what you call the National Water Authority, which is, I'd say, the final voice in terms of what should happen within the water resources management sphere. They are the guidebook, they are the advisors to the minister. That is where I think we can pitch a more of a one-stop shop in terms of, if I want to invest in water, I don't want to say what's my economic zone, but I'd want to say I have all my answers here. If I want to establish a downstream development project that would do poverty alleviation, the NWA in this particular case is in a position to say, these are the requirements that we would need, and this is the viability, and these are the institutions we would work with, compared to one having to go through, for instance, Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Natural Resources and Energy, only to realize that depending on who has the influence at that time, they are mostly viable in making sure that that decision that is needed by yourself comes through. So whatever policy there is, or whatever coherence of policies there are, the one-stop shop should be, in our case, the National Water Authority. Thank you.
Yeah, no, for instance, in case of Mozambique, you see a lot of instance of in the catchment erosion, I mean, which is the major source, for instance, for degradation of water quality. So, but that has to do land uses practice that it leads to the increase of the erosion, for instance. We can, for instance, since the water supply sector, they do have a organized, system for tariff collection. So we can promote a regulatory change or a policy change where, for instance, we can put a small amount in that tariff that would be used, for instance, for catchment management, for instance, to make sure that we have a health, ecosystem. We can also we can, for instance, in our case, we have dikes that they provide a good protection in terms of the flood, for instance. But those there is no fee associated to that. But it is a service that they provide. We as RSUL, we're supposed to provide maintenance of the dikes. But so we are actively now discussing, the possibility of working with the municipalities to institute, for instance, a fee, to pay due to the dike protection is one of the issues. So those are the, for instance, we do have the wetland. They provide also a good protection in terms of floods, etc., etc. We can also promote a regulatory change in order to promote, a fee to protection or restoration of the wetlands, those that are badly damaged. Thank you.
Okay, then the last question for our two delegates. Yes, the last one. What role now should regional cooperation, particularly in the transboundary catchments, play in mobilizing shared funding? I think even the previous, before we went for break, it spoke to something like that. So now we're saying, what role should regional cooperation, particularly in transboundary catchments, play in mobilizing shared funding?
Yeah, no, actually, a classic area where you easily can justify, funding is in the transboundary cooperation, because it's, for instance, undertaking joint studies, having, for instance, joint monitoring, infrastructure, so that we in Mozambique, we have the same kind of information as the upstream countries, for instance, is the first layer of conflict prevention. So, so I think that is an area that easily, can have people, funding that. In case of, for instance, in case of Umbiluz, and in Umbiluz, we are now discussing, the improvement of existing, or a revision of the existing agreement, for instance. Is an activity to be encouraged. It's activity that it is worth, funding. In the Incomat also, we are, discussing, this, the comprehensive agreement to be signed also, which is a tool, for conflict prevention. So there those joint, activities, they can easily, interest, donors to fund them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think one prime example is the Jeff 8 project that we heard about this morning. I think transboundary water resource institutions, this is a step in the right direction. Look forward to the lessons learned that will come from the project that will now influence how we shape up considering our catchments as a transverse resource that we need to manage coherently. I again agree with what the previous speaker has echoed in terms of joint monitoring. I think that is where we'll be able to holistically look into the issues that we face within basins, and now have a more composite way of articulating ourselves going forward, and taking a stand at a transboundary level or regional level to say, This is Lesotho as a whole or Maputo as a whole. And in as much as we understand state sovereignty, however, this basin requires an ecosystem adaptation that will feed the next multitudes in this way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. On that note, we'll then allow Dr. Ndlovu to come and make a presentation also on those areas.
Good afternoon, fellow participants, esteemed delegates. Sanbona. When I say good afternoon, there's no response. Can I request the gentleman running my slide? Thank you very much. Once again, thanks, Program Director, and I promise to be short. I'm Nicolette Hlangandlovu from the Inkomati, Lesotho Catchment Management Agency. I'm sure we are all familiar now with that institution. I'm not the face of the institution, and I'm not the face of REMCO, though I was here yesterday and I'm still in that spirit here, women and youth. Ne? I'm still a woman. And I'm happy to be one. For those who were here yesterday, we're celebrating women as critical agents of water resources management. So I'm standing here very proud to talk to you about water. The program director was asking us various questions, and my presentation will just do that. Can I go to the next slide? So I'm going to talk to you about the projects the ICMA has been implementing, including planned projects. And our important guests on that side, I beg your 100% attention, because I believe when I leave the room, I'll be the happiest woman. I was bestowed with a very big responsibility of managing a water resource for the Mpumalanga province, and we're running out of funds. But I believe you look like you have money. Eh? So we manage for catchments. That's one. And therefore, that's where we derive our name, Inkomati and Lesotho Catchment Management Agency. So we're managing the two systems that you can note down. And those two are made up of two others, which is your Sabi Sand, your Crocodile, and they make up 4 sub-catchments. Again, I'm doing that for our funders. It's a wide catchment that requires funding for various projects and programs. Next slide, please. All right. So we are faced with a pandemic, and it's not just the ICMA, even at a transboundary level. It's various of them, just like we've decided, therefore, to roll out projects and programs to help us manage the water efficiently, effectively, sustainably, and equitably, as was discussed in the morning, the principle of equitable sharing of the resource. Now, amongst the various projects, I've selected about 3, but we have several projects. And the reasons for trimming down is because of funding. Okay, for example, just last financial year, our funding from government, maybe I forgot to say, our existence is based on the National Water Act of South Africa, 1998, where you find us in section 78 to 80, where it's our establishment, the powers and the functions. Therefore, we solely rely on government funding, but we've realized the need to reach out to the gentlemen on the, and those that are seated here for more funding to realize the mandate. All right, having said that, our funding has been dwindling. Last financial year, we were at 73 million. This financial year, we're at 75 million. For a budget last year that we required was about 213 million. And you only get 73. And believe me, I'm saying it out there for your support, that if we were to realize whatever we're planned for, the budget is around 213, Government gave us around 73, and the rest must be obtained from collections. Collections, again, we are seeing a reduction in terms of what our users are paying us for many reasons. Economically, not only in South Africa, we are seeing a global downturn in terms of economic growth. So our users, in terms of their capacity to pay, even where there is willingness to pay, we are seeing it reducing. Now, having said that, we do monitoring. Data Slap is there, where we do about 300 sites. It's 273, but it's about 300. Monitoring water quality. We also monitor our water quantity. And again, we need various systems. It requires funding. At times, as an institution, we found ourselves having to reduce the number of stations just so that we can match the budget that we have. And again, it doesn't then help us with the objective. We have to improve our water use efficiency, and as such as well, Ms. Sylvia Machimani here is in charge of communication. We would want to engage you through radios, TV, and the reason I prepared this was I gauged the audience and I realized, Nina, you are the people about Bantu by Piscope. You know Piscope? We all know it. Not movies. We are a generation that used to watch Piscope, Babesbi. That used to play CDs, records. So I thought, let me prepare a presentation than to talk because I will lose you. So we would have loved to engage our stakeholders through radios, TV, newspapers, and so on and so forth. But we are running out of funds, and therefore we can only do what we can through our media. All right, and then having said that, we therefore, part of our projects that I decided to present is the alien veg removal, which is affecting the availability of water in the catchment. So as part of that, our main aim is to restore the ecological integrity. And we realized that through various studies as old as 2009, there is benefit of removing this alien veggies. However, it requires consistent or continuous removal. We've been doing that for the past 3 years, and our wish to our potential funders is the funding to help us continue this project such that we realize the benefits, and it cannot be done once off. So there is a study that confirms that, as was done, and it shows how much we could realize from doing that. It's about 3 million cumex for the SABI, and we are seeing potential benefits in terms of, as well, you can move to the next one, in terms of job creation. So this is just a map depicting where we are having a infestation with regards to crocodile and SABI. There is also great infestation in the Komati, and you find these upstream and downstream of dams, and therefore automatically it shows the impact it has with the scourge of climate change. So we now have to share the limited resource with the alien vegetation. Next one, please, and please don't forget, Takona did mention a very important statement that's always close to my heart. Those that are working on land issues, environment, and so on, water runs on land. Whatever happens on land, more often than not will end on the water resource. And we find ourselves therefore having to deal with land impacts that are now affecting the water resource. So these are just pictures showing that through alien veg removal, we remove the plants for water use, for water availability as much as for job creation. So these are our people that we engage from the community to help us remove the alien vegetation. And as such, they derive income from this, and therefore that contributes to their livelihood. You can move to the next one. So here, in this one, we realized about 75 jobs created, and it does make an impact. May look small, but it does make an impact. Next one. All right. We also embarked in collaboration with Ehlanzeni District Municipality and Dudley on the rainwater harvesting. It's a sermon that's been preached for years everywhere, but we don't seem to be active on that. If I were to do a statistics even in the room, to say had 2015-16, if it were to be repeated, where would you get your water from? You'll buy bottled water? Drought. If it was to heat, where would you get your water from? There is no response. Government, ne? You'll all wait for the tankers. That's where we start crying foul about tankers that are overtaking us in the industry. Illegal connections are also part of the tankers. But that's for you to decide. We are not geared, we are not prepared for another drought. Yet, we are sitting here proclaiming or claiming to be water stewards. So the IUCMA collaborated, therefore we see the positives of collaboration. EDM, which is the Hlanzani District Municipality, and Dudley. We provided technical support. EDM contributed financially. We also co-funded. Dudley contributed towards the food security issue. So it was a water availability issue and a food security matter that was addressed, which also translated to income generation. And again, we helped about 40 households. However, to my funders and potential funders, the project could not continue. And we would have loved it to continue and cover a wider area. We did not have funding to take it further. So it ended in 2024. Next one, please. Then, as I said, we end up cleaning the river. Nowhere in our mandate are we expected to clean rivers. Nowhere in our budget are we supposed to use our money to clean rivers or streams. But the IUCMA has embarked on a river rehabilitation. River rehab is what we would want to do, but the river cleaning part of things becomes just a consequence. But again, all we want to do is we've embarked on this program in 6 communities. And some of these communities, again, Salga, oh yeah. Some of our communities is the communities that we call peri-urban or informal settlements that are not covered by municipal services. And as such, as water resources managers, we suffer. And therefore, to improve water availability, we're cleaning the streams. And we can move to the next one. What we want to do is to really get back to the comprehensive or the actual river rehab instead of just river cleaning, but funding. I will just now say that, but funding. So what do we do through this program? There is education and awareness creation. And again, Ms. Machimana and the other team members are involved. The outcomes of this include a collaborative approach. And having said that, we need municipal support, and we are working with them, government, NGOs, and private sector. Private sector, we need them when it comes to, for instance, after we clean, we normally need recyclers, collectors, and so on, because the municipal capacity as well is not there. At times, the waste is collected, and again, it gets back to the streams because it's not been collected on time. So we want the restoration of ecological integrity. We can move to the next one. I think it's just pictures showing what's happening as we clean the rivers. All right, these are just maps showing the various areas where we're doing the river cleaning. You can move to the next one. So these are all located within our water management area. So this is just a pictorial view of the cleaning. Collection of the waste, mostly solid waste. Unfortunately, the non-solid waste is a problem that we are still dealing with. But the solid waste is what we collect. And with the hope that the private sector can then take it for recycling, reuse, reducing, and so on. But the reducing is what, again, in the house we need to work on. Reduce from the source. Once it's already in the household, it becomes a problem. We can move to the next one. Again, this is just an example of a stream that we cleaned. The furthest corner is before cleaning. This is after we cleaned. And this is, as we see the water starting to flow and the communities involved. You can move to the next one. Again, these are just pictures and showing our participants from communities. Next one. All right, this one is very important. We have not embarked on this project for this financial year due to funding. Per year, we've just estimated how much we would require for the 26-27. And I believe when we come out of the door, there will be interest in helping us, interested parties. We require about 3.8 million just for 26-27. This is just per annum. But again, it doesn't require just the collection and rehab. We need education, not only of the stakeholders, but including the producers who are producing all these water bottles and so on and so forth, beer bottles that end up in the stream. So it's quite a comprehensive program that we need. But for now, we pledge for assistance, 3.8 million. We can already have our funders pledging. We can move to the next one. And then, next slide. All right. Answering your second part of the question. I'm left with 3 slides. So, the barriers to the funding avenues. This is from a practical experience of the ICMA. As an entity, I did indicate we are established by the Act, which means by the government. And therefore, our focus has been that we focus on the government funding and the collection. Now, getting funding from funders or financiers requires that we develop a proposal, a funding proposal. And therefore, our skills, including our resources, our structure is not structured such that we have such resources. The capacity may be there, but the time may not be there because my responsibilities are mainly focused on what my KPIs require. So we need to also do some capacity building skills for funding proposals development. Now, we've also realized the funding requirements as an institution. The funder is available. For instance, we had NDC or IDC, I think it's IDC. They required us, they said they cannot fund us directly. We need an NPO, which is your not-for-profit organization. When you start looking for those, they are also not readily available most of the time because they also need to be capacitated for them to be well positioned for such an endeavor. So that's another challenge that the ICMA faced. And as such, we could not take that funding opportunity forward. We are still now collaborating with institutions that work with NPOs. Another example is that the nature of the institution, we've also realized that as a government institution, our position to receive certain type of funding was not really a good one because there will be requirements for VAT and so on and so forth. And you find that we now need to position ourselves to receive such an interesting one. The SCM policies, we've recently engaged IDT. So at this point, you realize that their SCM policies, our SCM policies need to be aligned such that now we can collaborate effectively. Next slide, please. The synergies, that's the other question. The synergies, collaborations between institutions. We greatly appreciate what we have encountered so far in terms of the synergistic effects realized with institutions. For instance, we've had an issue of illegal sand mining, working with COBA, working with community institutions, including the leaders at community level. has actually made it much easier to engage and try and tackle the issue of illegal sand mining, including the involvement of the police, who are not trained for environmental type of cases, but now there is a forum established, and those collaborations are actually working towards a positive outcome. Then in terms of so collaboration and synergy, we find that collaboration is very critical to addressing complex water challenges. The multi-stakeholder platforms that Mr. Mziniso was talking about have also proven to be very helpful. We are seeing ourselves through the work of INMACOM. Colleagues, one important aspect to mention is that it doesn't help for one state sharing a basin with two others to be way ahead and the others behind, because at the end of it all, the basin is the uniting factor, and that's one system that must be managed collaboratively. So in terms of lessons, the INMACOM, we've worked with Award. I believe they should be here. This kind of platform, the REMCO as well, is very important for collaboration. IMI, WP, or CISA, you can name them. Transboundary cooperation has become very important. Formal dialogues and institutional arrangements. The research, that's what we're also gaining from the collaborations. The research that informs policy and programs. We are working with WRC, we are working with the CSIR and all other universities that are helping us. So it becomes very important. The public-private partnerships, you remember, said we need private sector, especially with regards to the river cleaning. You can move to the next one, which I believe should be my last one. Next slide. All right, these are just benefits where we've realized benefits of collaboration as an institution, the increased funding and investment, enhanced efficiency and sustainability, improved water security and resilience. There is cost saving and resource optimization. It also helps in better decision-making and governance. And there is social and environmental benefits. Next one, please. All right. This is my last question, Program Director. It asked the role to be played by regional transboundary cooperation in providing funding. So I've used this one on the basis of INMACOM to say commitment to cooperate. So these are my last words. Commitment to cooperate without funding is not helpful. We are here, we are all pledging. Yesterday, we even had commitments and resolutions that we were singing along, agreeing to, but without funding, we will sing again in 2027. The benefits of transboundary cooperation at times are not often known. Why? Because they're not costed, they are not assessed. So we do need capacity to unpack these benefits clearly, and I believe through INMACOM we will get that help. River basin management plans and investment plans, I know Takona also related to that, are a very important instrument for communicating the benefits of cooperation. And so we integrate our plans as various institutions, but towards a common goal of a certain basin. We will then not realize what we aim for. Capacity building for funding proposal development. I believe INMACOM can roll out such programs for the benefit of all in the basin. The different elements and stages of sustainable and cooperative management, they require funding. So each and every stage, it's a building block. We require funding, but our government funding is dwindling, and therefore we need to be innovative about our funding mechanisms. Challenges in clarifying what the benefits of existing cooperation, like I said, are an issue. However, we've got our funders on board. We appreciate the Dutch as well. I am a product of a Dutch program. When I studied in Zimbabwe for my master's, I was funded by the Dutch, and that's why I'm here. Cooperation provides benefit that the unilateral use of the shared water cannot achieve on its own. For ISMA to shine alone when Arasul or GRBA is not shining, it doesn't help. Or maybe, okay, shining of GRBA without. International basin treaties provide the legal and institutional framework for transboundary management and are crucial for creating the enabling environment. So we gladly appreciate INMOCO. We gladly appreciate the MSP that's being formulated, because even a funder, once there's an enabling environment, once they see a framework, they are willing, the appetite is aroused. The need to account, the need for auditing, for transparency, as provided and as we have seen within INMOCOM, I believe the annual reports, the openness and everything allows for funders to be interested. And then lastly, to my funders, we have programs that would want to implement. Like I said, we have issues of illegal water use that require metering for us to monitor precisely, and they say you can't manage what you don't know. So the ICMA at this point has reached out to funders. We're still looking for funding for bulk metering, and at this stage it's estimated at about 26 million. We have issues of illegal sand mining. We need hands and support on that. We are expanding our automated water monitoring system through telemetries. We are also adding more up to our drones for compliance monitoring as well. And we are also in need of human resources. We need specialized skills, but due to budget, we've not been able to hire. We are not also able to engage specialists in the field as much as we would want to. And as such, lastly, would want to engage communities as effectively as we can. And we believe some of you here have the muscle. And having said that, I thank you, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ndlovu. I think that presentation now leads us to the second segment, of which our funders, I'm sure you have been listening attentively. I was looking at you, our prospective institutions, they spoke in terms of their ongoing projects and funding barriers. They also spoke on synergies and collaboration opportunities. They spoke on stakeholder engagement and funding access, some policy and regulatory reforms here and there, and also regional cooperation and transboundary opportunities, which then brings us to the last two questions, which I will read out the two questions at the same time so that as you then respond, you speak to the two questions. And the first question is, how can catchment management institutions better demonstrate impact to attract more sustainable funding streams? And also, where do you see opportunities for partnerships or joint proposals that could increase eligibility or competitiveness for financing? Over to you. I think we'll start, I'm not sure who's starting, but all our three potential funders, you are all the same. So don't worry who starts first. We are listening attentively. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I feel privileged to be adjudicating in this very important meeting, particularly having listened, because this is usually, I'm all on the other side. And today I'm actually looking at, can I really fund a project that at some point I asked? I'm very happy to have heard the deliberations, or at least the projects that are involved and how they do touch on very pertinent issues, particular issues of preservation, issues of shared resource, issues of adaptation, and therefore leaning to a number of opportunities for funding. I think one of the key issue is recognizing exactly that some of the projects seem to be water in nature, but they actually attract very different funding. Some are looking at ecosystems, some are looking at climate, some also on infrastructure. But bear in mind, we need to talk the monies. From the monies that have been put, as projects, they may look small and they may not necessarily even attract most of the big investment commitments that are out there, particularly when we talk about climate change. But they seem to be ever going without an exit or a capacity for self-funding. And I'm saying this because it does ask who will continue providing these funds. I mean, I know the Dutch are very, very generous, but at some point they will realize either government, and when we all talk about government, unfortunately, it tends to be saying it's our pockets. And in most cases, particularly taking the Komati case, where the collections are going down, I'm curious, why? Have they taken a study why those that were even willing to fund are starting to pull back? So in summary, I think I have three main questions I think will enrich these projects if they can be written directly into it. Can we be very specific on the beneficiaries? And when we mean beneficiaries, we are talking about the bearers of the cost. And if we don't do what we are saying needs to be done, what cost will they incur? Therefore, what are they willing to do to avoid that cost? So if those proposals can be sharpened in line with this, we will find that we can bring together private sector in a meaningful way, because we need to separate, in particular, stakeholders that benefit because it's their survival and stakeholders that benefit because they make money out of it and they choose to keep quiet. I think with those, for me, the project will look impressive. But in terms of collaboration, I think the stakeholders that were mentioned were very good, but I do think that we need to widen the net, talk about the other sectors, and be very meaningful in understanding that water is a catalyst for all sectors, not just water. So we need to be very clear how we get and benefit the other sectors and therefore claim a stake in them. I was also seeing very little mention of the AU SADC cooperation. They are playing a very important political role to influence governments in meeting their commitments. So it is very important that we look at those structures, and through the project of the Water Investment Plan by the AU is trying to advocate for these projects at a continental level.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Mabu Mamadi. I'm the founder and chairman of a company called Mamadi International. Mamadi International is a Pan-African engineering consulting company that provides an array of services in the infrastructure management space, cutting across water and sanitation, energy, support of artificial intelligence infrastructure, and transportation. The company has got a presence across the continent in selected economies, and our capabilities are underpinned by an array of over 150 professionals. So this is a blend of engineers, scientists, corporate finance and project finance experts. Because within the company, we have established what we call Mamadi Foundation for Africa, which its priority is to look at identifying high impact programs across the continent, especially in economies that we operate in Italia, water security, education, health, etc. Now, like I said, we have a blend of corporate finance and project finance specialists within the business, simply because we have realized that in most infrastructure projects, the biggest challenge is funding these projects. And we have established that division simply to tap into an ecosystem of funders that we have across the world. And also, we have got a fund within the company that looks at critical infrastructure across the continent. Now, looking at the two questions that have been put on the table, what is interesting and something that we must be proud of is that we are dealing with a precious commodity. Water is a precious commodity that no one of us and any of the inhabitants of this planet can live without. It's a commodity that is attracting attention internationally, locally, and nationally, and is becoming a top priority on the agenda at those levels. To answer your first question, as donors or as funders, there is a saying that says, good money follows good ideas. When a funder or a donor makes a decision on funding a particular project or a particular program, it's about the cost benefit. The question is, why must I fund this project? Why must I fund this program? And if I can't see the cost benefit for every rand that I spend on that project or program, and I can't see the benefit, then it loses, the donor lose interest. What do we mean by benefit? The capital discharged and deployed to project and program is determined by the impact, where that dollar or that rand or that medallion is going into. If the donor or the funder cannot make a determination on the impact, then you lose interest immediately. Now, what is important is that we need to see impact. The impact must be broader. The impact must be meaningful. Where I spend R1 or $1 and there is a broader benefit or there's a broader impact, I'm going to spend most of the capital right there. Now, we need to see that impact measured, for example, in few indicators, such as water security. It could be equitable use of water, water quality, ecological restoration, just to give a few, livelihood protection, and some of the important aspects like adaptation and resilience or emergency preparedness. Those type of impacts, if for every R1, I can create a broader impact, I'm interested in that particular project. But now, what we have seen is that most business cases or most proposals do not, or let me say, are not packaged in a manner that they're eligible for funding. You find that the institution or the organization providing the proposal are not able to package this such that it tells or it sends the right message to the donor, where the donor can easily determine the impact they will realize after funding. That is why you'll see most donors, they've got templates, they've got frameworks that guide these proposals. And unfortunately, it becomes a cumbersome work. That is why joint proposals, coming to your second question, are very important, because when organizations join forces, they show a united front. Not only that, funders are attracted to such, because joint proposals means broader impact. And also, joint proposal attract donors. Why? Because we're realizing that we are now addressing or dealing with a project that will attract broader participation of stakeholders. But in such joint proposals, what is very important is to identify enabling or catalytic partners. It could be a technology partner, it could be a research institution, it could be an academic institution, it could be whatever institution or organization that provide or catalyze or strengthen the credibility of your proposal. Within that joint, you then leverage on the strength, the resources, and the expertise of each of the partners. That is very important. But what we would like to see, very important, is a compelling business case. A compelling business case that demonstrates impact. Impact in a meaningful way. So it's two-dimensional. Impact in a meaningful way and impact in a broader way. Because impact might be broader but not meaningful, and it can be meaningful but not broader. So it must satisfy both variables. And very important, it must demonstrate the aspect of inclusivity. That is why stakeholder engagement is very essential in these things. It must demonstrate the aspect of inclusivity. It must talk to the agendas that exist in that particular jurisdiction or economy. If we're in Africa, we need to be talking about sustainable development goals. We need to be talking about the Africa we want, Agenda 2063. It must be addressing all these sort of things, notwithstanding the fact that as donors, there will be critical criteria, developmental criteria that we like to see. And collaboration, very important. Two aspects that are always missing in most proposals. A demonstration of governance structures that we have in the organization. A demonstration of institutional arrangement and institutional capabilities that we have. The skills and the know-how which you can harness or leverage from your joint partners. And lastly, the expertise that you could bring to the table. So governance is very important. Institutional arrangement is very important, because the donors then know that the monies deployed or the capital deployed in this project are going to be utilized in a proper way. So that is very, very important. I'll stop there. Thank you so much.
I didn't know I was actually sitting next to a donor, so you can imagine how I'm feeling. I actually want to just first, if you allow me, Chair, to just first give a 1-minute background of what we do. My name is Tari Rosario Chera. I am from the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, IUCN. If you look at your badge, your name tag that you're wearing, you see IUCN somewhere there. So IUCN's job really is to conserve nature. That is the shortest description I can give to it. We are the world's largest environmental organization, the only one that sits in the UN General Assembly. And most of the environmental players that you know are members of IUCN actually, like your WWF, Conservation International, they are our children. IUCN is a membership-based union. So normally when I talk, I come across with different impressions. The first one is that people think you're an NGO, we are not. And then sometimes also people think that we are primary donors. Again, we are not. What are we? We actually sit in between. We sit in between the donors and the people who receive the donations. Like the catchment management others that have been asked to talk about here. So what do? We access 4 streams of funding basically. So what we normally do is we work both with our members and with anyone who needs our help. Luckily, all the 3 countries that are represented here are actually members of IUCN. I don't know if you knew, Mozambique is a member of IUCN through the Ministry of Environment. Well, I think it's now Agriculture and Environment, I think after the new administration came in. South Africa is actually the region's principal IUCN member for both Eastern and Southern Africa. I think one of your government colleagues sits in our council. Eswatini, I think, joined 2 years ago. So the membership is not only limited to member states, it also goes to NGOs, it also goes to private individuals, it also goes to cities. Recently, the city of Cape Town joined the IUCN. And the reason why I'm not there now and with you, because they've actually asked us to do a project for them, is because I love Ingomati. So what happens now with streams of funding that we access is, one, we get what we call framework funding. That comes from governments, philanthropies, just want to promote conservation. Then we also get funding from multilateral, like your Global Environmental Facility, we accredit agents for that, GCF and so forth. We accredit for that as well. With the partners, we also access a lot of resilience funding. We access bilaterals, like with BMU, EQ, the Germans, with the Dutch. And I think one of the things that we should do, especially in Southern Africa, is always love the Dutch, because I think they are the only European country that have shown consistency. When they sit in your country, they're sitting there not for 5 years or 10 years. They push it to 20 and 30. Water has been available for what? I think we're in year 22 now. The Dutch has been supporting that. The Swedish do the same. So those are some of the partners that do both framework funding and bilaterals with us. And also lastly, we also access competitive calls. Now, how does our work actually get to a catchment management agency? What we do is normally we let you approach us. We don't kind of knock on your door because we don't want to force our agenda. Sometimes it becomes necessary in an emergency. But when you come, we then sit down, decide what you want to do, then we co-create the grant proposal. So this is what I want to underline. We co-create. We don't walk around with a pocket of money and say, oh, what do you want? Here you are. We talk and see, okay, these are the challenges that you have. This is what you want. Okay, I think from what you're saying, the best funding you can access for this is GEF or it's bilateral. It's like, let's prepare a proposal. Let's do this. So we then become liable for the outputs of that project, meaning then we don't execute the project for you. We implement, but we don't execute. The difference is that we don't put our boots on the ground in most cases. You do. We get the money for you. We agree on the work plan. We give you the money. Then you do what you agree to do. Then we are answerable to the donor for what you do and don't do, which probably explains why I'm not sleeping most of the days, because you have no idea how many times people promise to do things then they don't. But I want to answer the question, because the first part of the question that was asked is, what I kind of deal with day to day. How can you demonstrate impact to get more funding? I sit in most of these spaces that I've just been telling you about in these funny things, and my specialty is not grants, but because I'm not a part of the process, I see what happens, and can only speak from experience. There were days when you could just go to your community, get your picture taken with a poor innocent woman and post it and say, we are doing this. Those days are long gone. Let me tell you that right away. You can't get away with that anymore. But here's the thing that is now happening. There's a huge shift in funding that is happening now. I think you've heard the term locally led many times. Funders don't want you to sit here in Maputo and say we have a project going on in Inyasoro. They don't want you sitting there in Pretoria and say we have a project that is going on somewhere in Kimberley, you're talking about it. They'll ask you, who is leading it on the ground? Is it you, the expert sitting in this office, or the people in the community where you are working? So the impact is generated locally, not nationally. That is where the attention is, and please get this very well. The impact is generated locally, and this is what the funders are now looking at. 2 weeks ago, we had a congress in Abu Dhabi, and the Jeff invited a lot of what you call indigenous communities to come. They had a side session for 3 days. Do you know what the story is about? The Jeff was asking the communities, how can we get funding directly to you, because we don't want to give it through middlemen. We don't want government departments or NGOs who stand here and say, okay, we want to give the money directly to you. So tell us how we can get around that. We are still to get a post-mortem of where that went, but that shows you what is going on. And the second thing is the messaging in general. I think social media brought something to us that we are failing to win ourselves off. Remember that social media is good to generate a hype and to spread a message. But social media actually runs on trends. Something has to trend. So if you do something that today, then you put it on social media, then you think you have communicated. If the local bishop reps a congregant today, they would trend better than that, than your message on social media. And then you're forgotten for the next 2 weeks. So am I saying social media is not good for communication? No, I'm saying when you are communicating with funders, you are communicating impact and you're communicating outcomes. You are not communicating process. You don't show them pictures of us sitting in this conference room. That's not enough. They need to know what you're doing and what it has done. I'm happy Mr. Mamadi here really spoke about, you know, they want to see impact. Where we put $1, we want to see how much is it bringing back in terms of impact. Then there's the other issue about, I like to call these partnerships. I think there's one thing we don't realize, especially in Southern Africa. We have done a lot in the water sector compared to the rest of the regions. I work globally in my institution, and I can tell you this. You go to South America, go to Southeast Asia, they don't even have something like a shared protocol, a protocol on shared water courses like we have in SADC, or regional water strategy. These RBOs that we have, I think we almost have an agreement for every water course in SADC, right? In most of these countries, they don't have that. But we have a disease of not understanding the impact of working together. We were doing a project recently where we were supposed to support hydrometric equipment. So we were supposed to be installing it in certain spaces. So I arrived there with the senior government official, and there was another rotting piece of the same kind of equipment next to where we were trying to plant this one. And I asked, what is that? Oh, okay, that is from the SADC ICOS thing that was done 6 years ago. So I asked, okay, so why is it not working? Well, the project ended. So why are we planning a new one? Because there's funding. Now, believe me, in my line of work, this happens a lot. And I want to say, we have not realized the value of partnerships. And I don't mean partnerships just at a horizontal level. They can be vertical, horizontal, matrix, whatsoever. Now, if you look at this gathering that we have now, it's an RBO, fine. But here's what we do. The IUCMA, the GRBA, RSO, when you are going to get funding, there are things that you have to understand that There are things you can do alone, but then there are things you should always do together. And then understand the issue of what I normally try to call those things roadmaps. Don't go look for funding for a project. The geopolitical space is changing rapidly and funding is running also away with that. A lot of the traditional donors will not be making some money available. I don't think I need to overemphasize that. I had to send about 6 teammates home 3 months ago when the regime changed in the US. And I think we are about to do the same in the next 3 months, first quarter next year, because some of our funders somewhere in Europe have made it clear that they want to renew certain projects. So what does this mean? This means if you have a 3 or 4 year project, it ends, right? Then what happens after it ends? You go out looking for more money, right? Now, I want to tell you a trick. Please don't tell funders that you got it from me. But because I love you very much, I'm going to actually share just 2 or 3 tricks that you need to employ. Create programs, not projects. A program is made up of different projects, right? I like what Dr. Nicolette was presenting here when it's showing like, okay, we are talking about cleaning the river. This is river rehabilitation. You are removing alien species. We started, then we stopped because we didn't have any more money, right? Now, here's my suggestion. Don't go looking for money for 2 or 3 years of river cleaning. Establish a river cleaning program that runs every year with a certain budget so that it is a facility, not a project. When you put it out there, when you're looking for funding, there's a funder who will tell you that, okay, I can only give you 2 million, and that's okay. Then you say, okay, that's fine. We'll let you know what you're doing. So when you achieve spectacular results, you always share with them, they'll come back to you. You also use, my colleague again said, good money follows what? Most of these funders really want to see something good happening on the ground. And you won't believe, we ran a transfrontier conservation facility for SADC. It started as a program. The Germans came in 30 million. Then we said, okay, SADC says, let's make it a facility. Second year of doing it, we started doing some things. Then the EU came with 10 million and said, okay, we hear you have a facility, here's some more money. As I'm sitting with you now, the FDP said, okay, we don't know if we should put 10 million or more. Because it's a facility, no, it's not a project. It's a program. And if we want financial sustainability, let's look at that. Let's think long term. Which is why I think we must also employ more youth than people who are about to retire like me, because we think of just the next paycheck and when you are living, right? So that is not very good for. But I wanted to say one thing about communication though, and I'll stop there. I have a lot to say, but I don't want to keep saying it. There is an issue about how we write reports. And I'm saying this because wherever I go, I'm asked about this by funders. I think there are 2 or 3 colleagues that are here with me, that were with me at the World Water Week in Stockholm. You know, when you come from a region and they put you in a panel, people want to know more about what happens there. So this is not the kind of people that you want to give reports or refer to reports on your website. When you are writing reports, we have a lot of good report writers, and sometimes as CMAs, we actually give contracts to people to write a report for us when you're doing a project. So what happens is we get a grant, we create activities, we have outputs, then we write a report about it because we are trying to match every activity to an output and the outcome because that is what is in the log frame. Then we send in a report. Donors send auditors after, and then we pass an audit, but the project ends after that. Fine, we have to tick a box about it, but don't communicate outputs from you. Communicate lessons learned, and this is a trick I cannot overemphasize. Communicate the lessons that you have learned more than the project results. Tell them what worked and why, and what did not work and why. Please do not refrain from actually explaining what did not work. I have 3 projects that I'm actually running, 2 in Tanzania, 1 in Mozambique, where we got the funding because we were able to tell the story of why we did not succeed in the first phase.
In conclusion.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's quite an interesting discussion that we're having here, and it will definitely not end here. It just shows us that there's more that still needs to be done, and we should have more engagements even outside this panel discussion. I want to wrap this in under 5 minutes, but I don't want to take it away from our delegates who are here. Do we have any questions for our panelists? I have a hand there. Can we be assisted with a mic? Is there anyone who will have a question for us? I'll only take this round and then we are then able to. Oh, okay. Over to you, sir.
Yes, it's not a question at all, but I wish, I was able just to listen more and more just from Dr. Ndlovu right through the last speaker. All I want to say is that what I've observed, I'm from the IUCMA. What I've observed since the IUCMA was established, we are priding ourselves with clean governance, But I'm happy today to learn that it's not only the clean audit outcomes that really will make the meaningful impact. Because if you look at what Dr. Nick highlighted on the challenges on the ground, the dwindling finances and all that, it means there's a lot that we still need to do. So what is a take home for me is that when we go home, we'll then tell our story differently, sir. But what I want to emphasize also is that I've seen that it works when you make sure that you invest into the skill set, make sure that you've got more people who are skillful to run your programs, and even what matters most, which is the core. And normally I had our colleagues here, they refer to technical. So, but yeah, of course, collaborations, it's what we are taking home. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that was more of a comment, which speaks more in terms of what we have been discussing throughout this panel. And I think it is quite evident from all the discussions that we had here to say, in terms of us to succeed, there is a need for us to actually deepen in terms of our, to deepen our knowledge and also our collaboration, so that we ensure that we focus more on innovative finances, institutional readiness, and also collaborative actions across the various sectors as well and institutions. This will then ensure that we work smarter and we also align in all the work that we do. And there were quite nice aspects that were shared on this platform. And I would like to thank all our panelists. I think time was also not much on our side, but thank you to all our panelists, and anyone here can engage you after this session. Let's guide them through the processes and ensure that we get this money to our institutions. Thank you so much.
Muito obrigada, mas antes de sair, como sempre, gostaríamos de dar um presente a cada um dos participantes e informar que amanhã a sessão começa às 8h30, não às 8 como está no programa, aqui nesta sala. Obrigada. Muito obrigada e até amanhã às 8 horas. Obrigada a todos. Pergunta ao David. Pergunta ao David quem é.